I'm Jay Robinson. You're watching the North American Racing League on Pit Stop TV. My name is Jay Robinson and I live in Frederick, Maryland. This is my second season in the North American Racing League, and I'm excited to drive the 321 car against the best in Division 2.
Hi, I'm Brent Cook, driver of the number 67 Epic Fails Motorsports Ferrari, and I'm from Hampton, Virginia.
Hey guys, my name is Luan Hot. I'm from Brazil, I'm 20 years old, and I'm racing for U Race BR-W2 Repro GP.
Eric Leroy, driver of the number 44 Maxwell Sim Racing Team Ferrari 296 GT3.
I'm Thomas Rayleigh, Porsche Cup Season 2 Menace, Porsche Cup Season 3 Pro-Am Champion, and I'm an Epic driver for Epic Fails Motorsports.
For those who competed decades ago, speeding down highways, through towns, country roads. For those who sat watching on the sides of the street, who found solace in chaos and thunderous speed. Even for those who grew up sights and the sounds, not race cars shaking the ground. Who don't understand why racing appeals to our fascination, wonder, and the way that we feel. A purpose-built place to camp and spend time with friends, watching racing together until darkness descends. Though no longer do the streets rumble and roar, there's a place just for this, a park to explore.
A road racing circuit before the assault. The four twisting, beautiful miles at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. For 6 brutal, ear-shattering hours, its serenity will be violated by the raw power of screaming racing machines. It's the famed end-of-season endurance classic, the Road America 500. The specially constructed race circuit at Elkhart Lake at normal speed is a scenic 4-mile drive through fall-tinted Wisconsin countryside.
Hidden by forests near Elkhart Lake, not a path nor a trail, but a road meant to race. In a town too quiet, the refuge we seek, Road America, the racetrack, the national park of speed.
We're at the National Park of Speed to crown North American Racing League's newest champions. GT3 Season 5 all comes down to a combo endurance event. Not quite double points, but a double point scoring opportunity with a tie for the Division 1 lead going in. We're all set for an instant NARL Classic. Welcome to Pit Stop TV and the virtual Road America. My name is Andrew Cardinale IV. I've got Daniel Hall alongside, and it's a pleasure to join you for coverage of NARL GT3 Season 3. Tonight's coverage, or today's coverage rather, is brought to you by Infinite Racing Services, JS Consulting, Victorum, and Whiplash SimCams. Daniel, we are officially in the final round, in the final, I wouldn't say quarter because this is a long race, we'll say the final half. We just came out of the halftime show, back out of the locker room, shut onto the field, and everybody is in game mode, game time mode. This is where you have to be perfectly on it. There are no more excuses, no more mulligans, no more chances, second chances I should say. This is your one and last chance to go out there and score as many points as you can between two different races, 4 different pit stops, and a big invert in the middle of those two races. This is go time. Everybody's got to be on it.
And it is going to be who can be clutch, who can turn up in these clutch moments and maximize their finishing positions, maximize their points, everything tonight. So we'll get a look at the track map now. Start off on the front stretch right there at the bottom. Into turn 1, deceptively fast right-hander that's going to see a lot of action, I think. The sweeper through turn 2, just barely a corner, but turn 3 is a corner that's very, very important as it leads onto the long straightaway through turn 4, the Moraine sweep. Into turn 5, the best passing opportunity on the track. You'll see a lot of moves made there. Then into the uphill through turn 6, a little bit off camber, a tricky section that can catch drivers out. Into 7, which is, I think, flat in these cars. It's been a while since I've tried my hand out there. Into turn 8, another hard braking zone, but that leads you into the carousel, which is important for your run through the kink in turn 11 and on to Kettle Bottoms, that long back straightaway leading into another great passing zone in turn 12 in Canada Corner. That leads you through Bill Mitchell Bend in turn 13, turn 14, and back onto the straightaway uphill to the start-finish line. And we'll see if drafting plays a role, see if who gets a run out of turn 14. All sorts of it to play for tonight.
And last time we were here in the North American Racing League, specifically with GT3 cars, this corner right here was a big-time problem spot. The Sargento Cheese Bridge looked like you shredded the field. 48 of 56 cars were involved in an accident there on lap 1 of race 1. Thankfully, the field is slightly thinner, and I don't think we're going to have that problem today. Of course, we are also in race 6 as opposed to race 1. That is a big help. These guys have been racing around each other all season long and are ready to go. Let's take a look at point standings while qualifying happens in the background. Miguel Colon comes in tied with Jason Allen, each with a race win, and after a drop week, they are on top of each other. Jake Luther not far back, Eric Leroy I think just within contention, and that's kind of where I draw the line. Alec Bergstrom, maybe with a long shot if the 4 ahead of him have trouble, but realistically, you're looking at your top 3, maybe Leroy, in the right set of circumstances, at least in Division 1. In Division 2, though, it's a very different story.
Yeah, Division 2, a little bit different. Dan Willis got out to a 20-point lead over Ilya Speaker, so he's looking pretty comfortable, but he's going to really have to focus and make sure he puts in a good run. He can't have any big mistakes, or we could see Ilya, maybe even Jeff Fleischman, Keith Wilfred jump up there. There's a lot of places to be gained, especially for these D2 drivers. If you can find your way around some of the Division 1 guys and really improve your finish, you could see some major point stays for them. So I think there's a few more people that are in it, but I don't know if it's likely they'll be able to pass Dan. Dan's been fast. He's got some multiple wins and quite a few podiums already this season. So we'll see if he can hold it off and bring home the victory.
It'll be a great fight for everything else in the top 10. I'm just not so sure it'll be much of a fight for the top spot. Let's take a look in qualifying now. Alec Bergstrom leading the way in this qualifying session that is still very, very young, still have an opportunity. Well, most of the field's on their second flying lap, so there's still a lot yet to be done within this qualifying session. Here is Bergstrom, though, up the hill and completing his second lap, this time by. It's a bit off pace there, lap 2. We'll see what he can do lap 3. Adam Brockway also with some speed in another Muradinus Ferrari. I think we're going to see a lot of Ferraris today, have a lot of Audis in the field. It's going to be an interesting mix.
Yeah, good mix of cars here. I think the only ones that were eligible for this race and no one picked were the Ford and the McLaren, so not quite surprised, but it's great to see some variety out there after a couple weeks where we've had a real dominant car. I think everyone's a little worried maybe about the endurance aspect. What car can you keep under you? Not necessarily be the fastest for 50 minutes, but it's got to be able to be controllable for an hour or for 50 minutes plus 2 hours in the endurance section of this event.
And the new Ferrari 296 has kind of felt like the entry-level car the last couple of seasons. Even going back to the 488, it felt like the Ferrari platform has been one of the most neutral platforms within GT3, at least on iRacing. And therefore, a lot of drivers coming into GT3, they pick it early, and then they move on to other cars that they feel like they can be a little more specialized within. And the Porsche comes to mind, certainly for some drivers like John Sedlak. Other cars, maybe the Audi, the McLaren, that are a bit more touchy, but you could get a little more speed out of. Sometimes even the BMW or Mercedes, depending on the racetrack. But usually you go for one of those more lively cars, like I said, like the Audi or McLaren. In this case, it seems like that neutral platform of the Ferrari just might fit what you're talking about with that kind of endurance aspect. You want the car to be good for, well, 2 hours in that race later on today. There is an overwhelming presence of Ferrari that we have not seen yet this season. It's really very much worth taking note. It's almost glaring to me.
Yeah, and I think that might be due to its one-lap pace as well as its stability. So you got the top two right now, Alec Bergstrom and Adam Brockway, both running the Ferrari. So could be that it's quick, could be that it's a pretty stable platform, could be a little bit of both, I think. So we'll see if anybody can jump up there and break that up, that Ferrari 1-2 so far.
And here's that Mercedes I was talking about. Scott Reister, second place last race out at Barber. He is currently fourth on the time charts in a Mercedes. Otherwise, it's a lot of Ferraris and Audis around him. Leroy solidifies in fifth for now. Only a few pros left on the racetrack. Miguel Colon is one of them in his Ferrari from SimPR. And I think certainly a driver worth taking note of. That said, he just began lap 2. And this is severely going to inhibit Miguel Colon's day when he's fighting for a championship. The interesting thing is, the way they're set to start currently, he and Jason Allen will both be on row 4 for the start of this sprint race.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. Neither of them quite having what I think they'd want their qualifying aspect to be, but hey, if you're right there next to your competitor, you know what you got to do. So I'd look for those two drivers to be really tuned in to what the other is doing at all aspects of the race today.
And it definitely looks like, I would say, Dan Willis is going to be your top driver in Division 2. 100%. He will take pole in Division 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Whiplash SimCam's race details while the grid takes form behind us. And, of course, starting off from the get-go, as we are... There we go. Let's hit the right button. 60-minute practice, 10-minute qualifying that's out of the way, 50-minute sprint race. That's what's coming up next. That's what we're gridding up for. This is what we've had all season with the 15 incident limit and 5 afterwards for penalties. This is the same race we've had all season on Thursday nights. Where it's going to be different is race number 2, and we have a lot of time to get there. We're going to have a 30-minute warm-up and then go racing for 2 hours. In with that, we're going to be inverting the grid for a certain number of spots, we'll, again, talk about later, that is going to really flip this field on its head. Or I guess, maybe not quite on its head. It's a partial invert anyways, but still, this race is going to be, well, this day of racing is going to be wild and really affect this championship, particularly that invert going into that 2-hour race. And the interesting thing is, because it's all being done with a heat race setup, we cannot change the fuel limit. So where we've had one pit stop in a 50-minute race all season long, Dan, we're going for 3 pit stops in a 2-hour race. That's 4 separate fuel stints for these drivers. That, I think, is going to be the biggest mental challenge of the day. Not just the repetitiveness of the laps and going on for 2 hours, but the fact that they've got to nail 3 different pit cycles.
Oh, it's everything. It's going to be grueling. We got this, what we're going to call the sprint race, but that's a normal event for us. So these drivers should be well equipped for that. But where it's really going to come down to it, and who's going to have that mental focus to challenge for 2 more hours afterwards, that's where the big decider is going to be. That's where the decisions are going to be made, and that's where we'll see the difference made.
We've got a field of 30 this evening and this afternoon, however you want to look at it. Depends on where you are in the world, but a field of 30 rolling off of the grid. While they do so, let's take a brief look at weather conditions coming into today. 71.8 degrees in the air. That makes a track temp of 85 degrees on the track, and that's pretty significant, frankly, for Road America. That is going to have an effect on us today. Not a huge effect, but it's certainly worth noting at this point. We've got a track temp of 85. There are clouds in the area that are temporarily shielding different parts of the racetrack, and we could see wildly different sets of cloud cover. We could see a perfectly sunny turn 1 and a completely cloudy turn number 12 over at Canada Corridor because of the sheer massiveness of this racing facility. They talk about it all the time when you go to big racetracks like this. Le Mans is the same way. When you go to a track this big, really anything over, I'd say, 2.5, 3 miles, you can have vastly different weather conditions one side of the track to the other. And even now, the track temp dropping down to 84 degrees as we have some increased cloud cover overhead. Let's roll through your CC's business starting grid. On pole, we talked about these 2 drivers already in Ferraris for Radness. Alec Bergstrom in car 66, and last week's race winner and driver of the day, Adam Brockway in car 142. Starting off from the 3rd spot, Scott Kimbrough alongside Scott Rice, or the row of the Scots here in row number 2. 3rd and 4th, really big starting positions for each of those drivers, as Eric Leroy and Jake Luther, 2 brand new drivers of the series that have really lit things up and I think rejuvenated this class in general at the top of the series. And how about row 4? Might be your championship road. Jason Allen, Miguel Colon, your 2 drivers tied for the top spot in the points coming into today. Finally, to cap off your top 10, Dominic Turcotte and John Kroom. It might be a couple of underdogs for the front end of the field.
Yep, and picking up with row number 6, we got Bobby Flack on the inside in the 188, and Lucas Souza in the 187 beside him. Next row, 13th, rolling off 13th, Brent Cook in the 63, and Andy Ray Miller in car number 3, starting in 14th position. Our 15th spot, where we'll find our first D2 driver. That's Dan Wills. He's going to take the Division 2 pole, and to his outside is Avon Dorsey. Thomas Rayleigh and Dean Kerr make up row 9 with 17th and 18th on the grid, and 19th and 20th will be Jeff Fleischman in Division 2, one of the Division 2 championship contenders, and Joe Nagy to his outside.
Ilya Speaker grids up from 21st spot. He went 2nd place in Division 2 last week. Austin Tiller, who joined the top 3 in Division 2 last week, will start from 22nd. Aubrey Kundal and Will Coffey, a couple of Division 1 teammates, starting here at the back of the field. 12th row, 23rd and 24th for each of them. Keith Wilfred, he's been moving up there in Division 2 recently. He starts from 25th alongside Sean Patterson in car number 59. A couple more rows to go. Wayne Grenon and Philip Badurga in positions 27 and 28. And finally, your 15th row of the field, Robert Guadagnoli and Timothy Patterson, brother to Sean. We've got ourselves a packed 30-car grid. It's going to spread out a little bit, but especially in that 2-hour race, we're going to have some interesting traffic that we don't usually have to contend with this afternoon. And it's going to be weird. From this evening to this afternoon, we're also having these Thursday evening drivers join us on a Saturday afternoon, at least here in the United States. No matter where you're watching from, thanks for watching this afternoon here with us at Pit Stop TV. Road America, ready to go green for the first of 2 races today. Alec Bergstrom leading us up the hill and to the flag stand. The green flag, the almost final green flag of the season, drops here at Road America. And down to turn one, side by side now, single file your top five. First battle, 6th and 7th. Luther on the outside, Jason Allen, quick start. He's going to go fighting and get that 6th position away very, very early. That is a very important start in our championship fight.
Yeah, he's going to want to look to build up a little bit of a gap to Miguel Colon, who started in the same row as him. So he's already made up one of those spots, and we'll see if he can start maybe working up the next ladder, the next step on the ladder to the next pack ahead of him. But he's got Jake Luther pressuring him right from the get-go.
Yeah, Luther doesn't want to give that spot away completely, but he's just about giving it away as now he goes to wheel with Miguel Colon, the championship leader, into this race. At least that already had the advantage. Jason Allen approaching Miguel Colon in that fight. Regardless, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel lap one. You don't want that kind of contact early, especially if you're in the fight for the championship. Miguel backs off. Up front, a couple of Maradna's teammates setting the pace. An Audi in 3rd place and Scott Reister in 4th. Eric Leroy caps off your top 5. And Miguel Colon being overtaken by another driver, Dominic Turcotte in the carousel.
Yeah, and that's not how Miguel wanted to start this race. Jason's already started to put 2 cars between them, and it's if he doesn't stop the bleeding real quick, he could be in for a long day. As we see a car go off in a kink.
Yeah, that was Brent Cook doing some landscaping out of turn 11. Watching the rest of the field work into Canada corner. Nobody with any great issue. Lap 1. The only driver that's really off pace is going to be Timothy Patterson at 30th, but he's only about a second back in the rest of the field. So really, it's kind of a formality at that point. For the most part, really clean start to this one.
Yeah, I think these drivers know that it's going to be a long day. They don't want to start getting involved in too many incidents if they can help it, and they're going to want to be able to make some friends out there and hopefully have a little bit of help if it comes down to it toward the end of the endurance event.
Dan Willis side by side with Thomas Raley. Willis kind of crowding Raley into turn 1. Willis is your Division 2 leader in race leader, points leader, doesn't matter. He has been top of the division lately. If he gets messed up in this little fight, mixed up in it rather, that could spell trouble. So he's got to manage kind of his situation, what's going on here. 20-point lead. It would take a lot to give it away, but you certainly could do it if you get involved in something too early.
Absolutely. He just needs a nice, clean, calm race, and so far he's got a train of cars behind him that might look to have something to say about that. So we'll see if he can keep his head on and head down and just keep putting in laps and stave off the battle of the points behind him.
Thomas Raley will give that spot up. Drop into 16th overall. This is right at that division of top half of the field versus bottom half. And we'll see if Raley's BMW comes to him a little bit later on. Of course, I've talked about it in so many of these GT-style broadcasts, right? There's the different kind of formula that you go for with building a GT car. You have either mid-engine / rear engine, or you have front engine. And in recent years, I think we've seen most manufacturers, if not all, that want to be competitive aside from BMW and Mercedes, pretty much everybody going over to that mid-engine if they weren't already. The big one that jumps out to me is Chevrolet with the Corvette. And of course now Ford Mustang comes in and maybe blows a hole in my theory, but the Corvette going mid-engine I think was a big wake-up call to American manufacturers in particular, and even some others that were maybe wanting to hold on to front engine. Mid-engine cars are more nimble. On iRacing, at least, there is a clear advantage. Even if you have a mid-engine car that's a little bit off, a little bit slower on the straightaway, you can make it all up in the corners. There's nothing for the Mercedes usually, which is interesting that Scott Reister is doing so well this early on.
Yeah, the mid-engine kind of, not renaissance, but the improvements that have been made in terms of technology and packaging and mirrors and cameras and everything that kind of allows that to be more of an opportunity and more room to play has really brought on that mid-engine kind of popularity. But always good to see a front engine Mercedes out there, and Scott's doing pretty well with it in P4.
Couple of good fights throughout the field. Dan Willis side by side once again with Thomas Rayleigh, and that gets decided quickly. Rayleigh up the inside will take that spot away. Then there's a little pocket of D1 drivers. Aubrey Kundle, Joe Nagy, and Will Coffey back here from 20th through 22nd position. And they are behind the top 4 right now in Division number 2. And it's always interesting when the two classes kind of blur lines a little bit. Maybe, a couple of drivers moving up, a couple of drivers moving down, and whatever season comes up after this might be kind of where that division happens. Maybe one driver drops down a class, one driver moves up, or even more move up. But especially with some of the promotions we've seen mid-season, this season alone, I think there's a few promotions due out of D2.
Yeah, we've seen those drivers really kind of step up. At the beginning, we had some that got promoted, but as the season wears on, it's showing that a lot of these guys have the talent to run with the Division 1 class for the most part. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few drivers kind of make the step up next season and be into that little bit faster Division 1 group. So we'll have to see, though. I don't know what Scott's got planned. He's always got something cooking and might pull a few tricks up his sleeve.
I think you could just about call Scott an iRacing League chef. As you say, he's always got something cooking. And in this case, I really enjoy this idea for a format. We'll see how it ends up working out. As we rode on board there with Jason Allen for a moment, he was chasing Eric Leroy, kind of backing off a little bit here at the beginning of lap number 4. By the way, 24 laps expected in this sprint race, but there is always something cooking. This format, I think, is the brainchild of more than just Scott Rice, or maybe a few others, as big send there from Miguel Colon at turn 5. As you mentioned, greatest passing opportunity on the course. Side by side, mirror to mirror they go, and Dominic Turcotte will have to give up and give 8th place back away to your championship leader before the points were tallied up coming into today. So, again, I feel like Cologne has the momentum coming in from being the previous leader, but also Jason Allen, thanks to that drop, closing in by so much. Got to take note of that for car 71. Regardless, back to my point again, this format. I really am intrigued. I'm excited to see how it ends up playing out today. This opportunity for these guys to do 2 races in one day, and one of them be an endurance race. We haven't seen anything like this before in this league, and I haven't seen anything like this before in iRacing in general. I'm sure it's been done, but I think it's going to take a toll on some of these drivers and allow others to shine.
Yeah, I think it's going to play into some drivers' strengths, and for others, it's going to expose some weaknesses, like you said. So, yeah, it's always interesting to see these alternate formats, and always good to mix it up a little every once in a while. These leagues, not necessarily getting stale, but doing the same thing week after week, kind of get into a rhythm, and it's always nice to break that rhythm and challenge these drivers in different ways and see what they can really do. So I'm excited as well. I think we're going to see this race play out a little bit similar to what we've seen all season, just because it's mostly the same format. But as soon as we hit that break and line up for that 3 pit stop, 2-hour long enduro, we'll see some different strategies, different players, and maybe some different names up at the top of the leaderboards.
Changing things up already, how about these two Muradness Ferraris out front? We haven't seen many Ferraris this season, already kind of covered that, but particularly a couple of teammates like this. Alec Bergstrom, Adam Brockway, breaking up everything we've seen from guys like Scott Kimbrough, John Sedlak, Miguel Colon, Jason Allen. I mean, those are your race winners until last week at Barber, where suddenly Adam Brockway breaks through for Muradness and goes to victory lane. That's the first Muradness overall race win of the season, which feels a little bit odd to say, almost foreign, honestly, because of how good they've been in recent seasons of the North American Racing League and really across iRacing in general. So we've only gone to victory lane overall for the first time last time out at Barber. Big change, and we could even go back and kind of highlight what I'm talking about here with the season schedule coming into, well, this season. Media Day was just kind of an exhibition. That's really all it was. But Road Atlanta was John Sedlak from Firelight Esports. Detroit was Scott Kimbrough from Empire, I believe. Watkins Glen was Jason Allen from SimCity Racing. Daytona was Miguel Colon from Sim PR. And finally, at Barber, 1 week ago in a couple of days, Moradness stepped up with Adam Brockway going to victory lane. And if things go like they are currently, hello Moradness. I mean, they're driving away from the field 2 seconds on Scott Kimbrough. It would take a lot to unseat both of these drivers, at least in this heat race, to get things going.
Yeah, that would be he's gonna have to start clawing his way back, but he's still got a pit stop in there that's gonna shake things up, and maybe some fuel saving going on. So we'll have to see how it all shakes out at the end. It's a little early to tell, but always gonna have some good racing. And I just like to highlight the diversity in the teams that you mentioned. Every different race is at a winner from a different team. That's quite impressive and great to see. Just the depth, I think, that this league has, where you have competitors from all over the place that any given week can step up and lead a charge and go out to win.
Absolutely. We've got 5 different overall winning drivers, 5 different overall winning teams, and there was even a healthy bit of diversity down in Division 2. Dan Willis, a couple of wins short. Ricardo Delgado, a couple of wins short. Stepping in there was Ronaldo Carlos for a race win, but nobody was really driving away. I think the driver move that changed things there was Delgado being promoted, but Dan Willis had some big-time mid-season struggles, if you can call it a mid-season in a 6-race season. Definitely struggled there for a bit, came back alive at Daytona, and has been great since, but I would say overall, a healthy amount of parity across the league, and I think things are in a very healthy state, certainly, as far as that goes, in addition to other things, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and that just leads into what we've seen all season. Great action, great racing, just some impressive runs by some of these drivers, so always good to see.
On board, Jake Luther, position number 7. And if we bring up the point standings briefly here from Division 1, he's 3rd place. If it's not Jason Allen or Miguel Colon, it's likely going to be this guy. So I know the focus is on the 2 drivers that are tied for points. Realistically, it's their championship to lose. If they both lose it, this guy is next in line. Jake Luther, 13 points back coming into today. Right now, of course, not making up much. He would actually be losing a point to Jason Allen for race 1 on the day. But he'd be making up a point on Miguel Colon, and there's still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, and don't count out Alec Bergstrom. He's right there. He's 5 points behind the Roy, so 25 overall, 25 back from the point leader, Miguel Colon and Jason Allen, I guess. But he got the pole, so he's already going to pick up some bonus points. So we'll have to see about that, see how that shakes out. But he's also leading right now, so
yeah, that's something I hadn't even considered. That's a great angle to look at that from. I mean, he comes in, like you say. Well, Bergstrom comes in 24 back. He's still going to make a ton up. He's going to be well ahead of Leroy now and right near Jake Luther if they were to finish this race as we speak.
Yeah, definitely nobody completely out of it, because anything can happen. But we'll have to see, and that's why you're tuned in and watching to see what happens.
I do really enjoy watching these cars come through these corners. I specifically love seeing how the Mercedes attacks these corners. I just feel like the nose of the Mercedes is a lot of fun to watch. See how it's actually going to sit through the corner. All these cars, a lot of fun to watch as they roll over some of the bumps on the racetrack, hit the curbs, and whoa, what was that going on? Hello, Joe Nagy, Dean Kerr, and some others. Will Coffey is this Mercedes in the front of the line, the kind of burgundy and, well, not burgundy, burnt orange and metallic blue. And then this side-by-side, Dean Kerr and Ilya Speaker down to Canada corner.
It's going to get real tight there. As we see maybe a couple lines converging there. That's going to put out, I think that is Joe Nagy that fell? Is that Dean Kerr? Yeah, Dean kind of got the worst of that, going a little wide there, and gonna have to recover and make up the ground that he's just lost. But that's what can happen there. That's a passing opportunity. But man, if you go in there too deep, or get pushed off or anything, it could be dangerous.
Pass here as well. That's Thomas Rayleigh starting to move through the field in that BMW. Goes by Andy Ray Miller, and I'm not so sure how quickly this BMW will actually be able to slice through the field, but he is starting to match his teammate, Brent Cook, who's up in 12th. And if this BMW has something we weren't aware of in an endurance scenario like this, I mean, we did see Miguel Colon win Daytona in a BMW, and you know what? Let's go back to the fact that this is the other big track on the schedule. Long straights, just like Daytona. A whole lot of drafting coming in, a little bit of fuel saving for sure. Maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, it really is wide open in terms of which car selection. We've seen it. Maybe the most popular car that everyone chose isn't quite the one that the winner's going to have. So I don't think we can mark anything in stone yet on who's going to, or which car manufacturer, I guess, is going to bring home the win on any given week.
There's a saying used often in NASCAR broadcasts that you can't beat the guy doing the same thing he's doing. And I think that definitely is true even for car choices. This is a great fight. This is for 7th. Luther trying to defend. Whoa! Jake Luther takes out Jason Allen down in Canada corner. That has serious championship implications.
Yeah, that is going to severely hamper Jason Allen. He's going to fall all the way back to 14th, it looks like. So yeah, he's going to have to see if that car can keep going. It's got a little bit of rear end damage, I think, just from maybe that wall contact. Yeah, it's a little crinkled up there. So he's gonna have to mount some sort of charge to get back up there. That's gonna put Miguel Colon in a great spot. But we'll get a look at this replay.
That is a huge moment. Miguel is now 6th. That puts Jason Allen down to 14th, as you mentioned. Jake Luther in 16th. That's a 10-point spread, almost, for Miguel Colon suddenly to get ahead of Jason Allen. This moment is what does it. Colon with the run into Canada corner, and Jake Luther just trying to outbrake him, runs straight into the 71 car. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's just a mistake there. He knew he was getting pressured and tried to outbrake himself, and it unfortunately collected someone who was not originally part of that deal. So that is not how Jason wanted to have to fight for this championship. So unfortunately, we'll get another look at it here. So Miguel just gets such a good run through that kink, and yeah, Miguel backs off, and Jake just kind of barrels in there.
There is a bit more damage than I realized to Jason Allen's machine. You can see it, like just like you were talking about, a center punch above the exhaust pipe of that Porsche. And we'll get a good look here as here comes Jake Luther, just late on the brakes, big center punch, and he does almost hit the wall. That's all car contact that has damaged the back end of that Porsche. I don't think it's going to affect it too much. I don't think there's going to be too much simulated diffuser damage. That's certainly a concern when you take rear-end damage in a sports car like this. If not the wing, then certainly the diffuser is an issue. Let's go on board one more time, Jake Luther, and just kind of watch this from his perspective, driver's eye.
Yeah, you can see the rearview mirror there. Miguel's making a run. He's going to shake to the right just a little bit. And yeah, I think Jake just missed his braking point, and unfortunately there was a car ahead to kind of have contact with. But that's a mistake you're going to run into, especially when and I don't think we've seen that where he kind of came out right in front of I don't know who
that was Dan Willis.
That was Dan Willis.
And that
That's
actually,
not what Dan wanted to see.
That took the lead away from Dan. I didn't even notice that. That gave the lead to Avon Dorsey in Division 2. Everything was happening so quickly, I didn't even catch it. And now we've got pit stops from some of our leaders. This is Jason Allen into the pits, along with Lucas Souza. I doubt you see Jason Allen in the pit lane before minute 30, if not for that crash.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit earlier than he wanted to, but get in there. Maybe the car wasn't driving quite as right, and just knew, hey, if I can make it a lap or two, get into the beginning of that fuel window, I might have to save a little bit in the second half of this race, but I can get back out there, get my fast repair, and take the fight to some of these guys. So I think that's what his plan was, and after the contact, and kind of got his strategy set for him a little bit there by stuff that was out of his control.
Dan Willis having some connection issues. I'll be honest though, if I was Dan, I'd be a little bit heated based on that rejoin, giving up the race lead. Now at the same time, I guess situational management, he does also have a 20-point lead coming in, and it's not even to Avon. It's another driver. There's been a crash. It looks like at least a spin in the kink. That is a ton of damage to the Rockefeller Racing 45 of John Kroom. That right side is not operating the way it should be.
Yeah, it looks like it's got some damage onto the right front fender, and maybe a little bit of alignment damage too. We'll see once he gets back onto a nice straight piece of track. Hard telling what lines these guys are going to take, but he's going to duck into the pits too. So I think with the fuel window kind of where it is, I think these drivers are going to want to take their fast repairs if they're running into any issues right now. So that looks like what John Kroom's doing on his pit stop.
Yeah, John Kroom, big problem in the kink. I would certainly expect for him to come into the pit lane after that. We'll take a look back at what happened to him. This is a little ways deeper. Well, no, this is deeper in Division 1. He was in the top 10, I believe, though, ahead of Brent Cook and right behind Bobby Flack, I believe. So problems for the 9th place driver at the time, and the problem is he didn't even do anything wrong. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the characteristics of that Porsche that caught him out there, but he was just going through the kink, and it looks like the tail end just kind of wanted to start taking the lead, and he tries to save it, but that led him right into that concrete wall. So that is unfortunate for him. He's gonna have to take that fast repair and get that fixed. So he was not hoping for that, but he's got 2 more hours of endurance racing after this to shake it off and get ready for it.
Yeah, that's, I think, one of the most difficult. That might be more aggravating to me, at least as a driver, than getting hit from behind. There's at least an explanation as to what happened with Jake Luther. He just was trying to outbrake Miguel Colon, trying to hang onto a spot. There's an explanation there, right? If you're John Kroom and the car just steps out through the kink, I mean, I guess, sure, the explanation could be hot tires, fuel wearing off, lack of rear downforce, but it just happens so inexplicably to you as a driver. You've run through there perfectly fine. 10 laps in a row? It's the 11th lap that gets you. That's so frustrating.
Yeah, just something little different in terms of how the car's acting, a little different in how you take the corner. Your inputs are just a little bit different, and all that kind of combines, and you find yourself head first into some concrete barrier. So yeah, that is a tough way to go, but it's racing. You gotta adjust, and you gotta find the limit every time, and it's constantly changing. That's what makes it so exciting. That's what makes it so difficult, and that's why we love it.
Positional battle here for the top spot in Division 2. Avon Dorsey inherited the lead from Jake Luther with a rejoin in front of he and Dan Willis. Dan Willis lost it and started to come back, but that connection issue, if I'm Dan, personally, I'm not going to push anything. Usually in that kind of situation, Dan might be okay, if he sticks it up the inside and maybe net codes into Avon Dorsey. It would usually only affect the leading car, the car getting hit, but you never know. And I'm going to keep harkening back to the 20-point lead he comes into today with. You got 20 points to second. You can't drop this race. No need to push it.
Absolutely. Just take it easy. You might have to give up a point here or there, but hey, that's what you signed up for. That's why you're running the full season, and that's what you kind of bank on. That's why you build up as much of a lead as you can before this last race. So he's going to want to try to cash in some of those chips and just take it easy. Don't do anything to take yourself out of this race. But speaking of points battles, we got a great one right now with Miguel Colon. He's really hounding, looks like Eric Leroy in front of him. So I think those two are now kind of the top two, probably, in provisional points based on the incidents we've seen.
Well, when things cycle Jason Allen back into the top, however many, I think Jason will still be second in the standings. I think it's a far cry to bring Luther certainly at 13 back and drop down the order. He won't take second away. If anything, Bergstrom would move into third right now, and Brockway might take over position number 4 in the standings from Jake Luther. Right now, it's really just a 10-point lead once they cycle back through, as a bunch of your leaders at the pit lane here. Bobby Flack, Brent Cook, Andy Ray Miller, Avon Dorsey, so many cars pitting this lap, including Jake Luther. Car 19 comes down to the pit lane. Aubrey Kundle, Austin Tiller, Philip Badurka. So many cars have pitted here on this 13th lap of 24.
Yeah, I think that fuel window is officially open, and I think it's maybe winding down, and that's why we're going to see a bunch of these drivers now make their way in. And I don't think we're going to see the drivers that haven't pitted yet take too many more laps before they have to make their stops and join this, and then we'll get to see where all these drivers cycle out.
And Jason Allen will cycle right behind Bobby Flack, who has been 8th place in this race. This is important to note, as Eric Leroy has given up a spot seemingly randomly to Dan Willis. This is a big problem for Eric. He was just in the top 4 or top 5.
Yeah, he's kind of fallen down a little bit. I don't know if he's had some issues, maybe gone off track, but we'll have to see here. This replay.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah, him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and that was Miguel Colon. That's the other.
That's a ton of damage to Miguel's car. And he came back over. Wow. All during that pit cycle.
Yeah, this is shaking out to be a little bit more rough of a race, I think. I think some of these drivers wanted to just kind of getting it out and survive the 3 hours or so of total racing we're going to have tonight. But yeah, these drivers not holding anything back. Miguel Colon looks to the outside, and I don't know if Eric quite knew he was still there. I think Miguel was trying to hang on that outside, and Eric just kind of took the corner like he didn't realize there was another car there. And that's going to mess up both of their days a little bit, at least.
Lead pit stops underway, and this is a 2-part incident, I feel like. Miguel kind of turns in. I'm not sure if he was trying to slide behind Eric at first. Let's pull the replay here from Miguel's perspective. I'll kind of try to illustrate what I'm talking about. He's going to turn. He gets alongside, and he turns to the apex like he would be trying to cross under the 44. But Eric is still there. I think as a result of that, Eric comes over the racetrack and kind of Verstappen's the 87 car off the racetrack a little bit, and one more time through. But I feel like this is a 2-part incident, and both drivers are kind of working against each other in this incident. By the way, things have cycled out up front, and this puts Jason Allen in 8th place. Miguel Colon now behind. I'm going to go ahead and go on a limb here and say it's a 6-point difference between Allen and Miguel Colon right now. Here's the slow-mo, though. I'm going to slow it way down, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Miguel's coming up on the outside. He is the passing car as well, so he's kind of responsible to facilitate this pass cleanly. He's going to initiate contact, I feel like anyways, holding Eric that far down to the corner, and you can see, maybe just a little bit, it keeps Eric's car at a weird angle to the rest of the racetrack that entire way through that contact, and they both go off the track. That's as racing of an incident I think we can have in turn 5, especially with an outside car initiating the contact. That's so unfortunate for Miguel. He's now lined up behind Eric's teammate Andy Ray Miller. I don't know, that is a tough situation to be in, and if we've got race control for this one, I would not want to be them.
Yeah, that's one of those judgment calls, but I think I'm going to have to agree with you. I think that's mostly a racing incident, so we'll see if there's anything coming of that. But that is a very aggressive move when you know you've already had your opponent, your main championship competitors have some issues, I don't know if that's quite worth the risk. And I mean, it is a racing incident, but when you make an aggressive move like that, don't quite give a ton of space, you kind of open yourself up to that. And we saw the result of what can happen if it goes wrong. So he might be thinking back on this, and if that affects the championship, see what else he could have done in that situation, and maybe be kicking himself a little bit.
That'll be incredibly controversial, I think. Just the incident in general. I'm sure our take as well won't be liked by some, might be liked by others, but that's racing for you. That's what creates storylines. And the storyline now is Jason Allen was taken out by Jake Luther, and Jason fell back outside of the top 10, but then pitted, got in there early, took a pretty quick pit stop compared to the rest of the field. I mean, 18.1 seconds. He underfueled and is trying to save. So he very much orchestrated this to be in the position he's in now. This does put him, though, 5 spots ahead of Miguel Colon as Miguel goes by Eric Leroy's teammate, Andy Ray Miller. This, to me, again, just like you said, Miguel kind of put himself in a place for risk and a possibility to be at a crash. That's exactly what happened. He is now behind when he would have had a 5-7 point gap up as Andy Ray Miller is going to crash. This is a little moment, and Dan Willis is in the pit lane.
Yeah, is that? I don't think that's a scheduled stop for Dan.
He's been here for over a minute. Well, no, actually just towed. Oh boy.
That's not what he wanted to have in terms of his battle for the championship. So we'll have to see as we get a replay look at this.
He might have quickly dropped from the session and came back, because I'm not seeing him for a while. The fact that he's only lost about a lap.
He's shown as dropped, and he's reconnected now. So yeah, I think those internet issues finally caught up to him, and that's gonna hurt, because
the one thing he can't have happen.
Yeah, and we talk about it where we don't quite have mechanical failures simulated as a random chance thing, but that's one of those things that can happen. The internet connection, as we're racing online, it almost acts as one of those mechanical failures, as well as maybe having your equipment go out. We've seen wheels break during races and stuff. So yeah, it's just one of those things you're gonna have to deal with, and hope you have enough points at the end of the day to stave off any bad luck.
Miguel Colon, Jake Luther. I mean, there's battling all over the field right now. You saw it briefly. Second and third, Alec Bergstrom, Scott Reister. Here they are again. This is through the carousel. Going to take you through the entire top 10. Thomas Rayleigh, Dominic Turcotte, and Bobby Flack. They're going to fight down into turn 8. Bobby Flack is that yellow Audi moving around to the braking zone ever so slightly. Jason Allen's only a second back from them. Then Lucas Souza, Brent Cook, and finally Miguel Colon and Jake Luther. This top 3 in the championship, they are not so far apart. Luther just lost his position to Miguel. Miguel is fully fueled, ready to go. Jason Allen is trying to save everything he can and stretched fuel to the end as Andy Ray Miller comes into the pit lane. Problems for car number 3. He was just doing so well. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think we saw. Was he involved in that incident?
I think so. So much has happened.
Internet issue.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track.
I think you're right. So much happened in the last couple of minutes. Let's go back and see if we can find what happened to car number 3. Gonna go a little further back, it looks like. I believe it was in turn 8, if that's any indication. And here we go, down the hill to turn 8. This should show us. That's Sean Patterson on the inside. Just came over. That is a huge lapse in judgment.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to kind of stay out of everybody's way, but just right there at the corner, he came back across the track a little bit more than Eric was expecting, or Andy was expecting, sorry. And yeah.
That is a huge lapse in spatial awareness, unfortunately. That's really unfortunate. And that even dropped him back to Eric Leroy initially, which means he would have been about 15th, 16th. And we've got a position change now for second place. Scott Reister reassuming second position where he finished a week ago, passing Alec Bergstrom late here in the heat race. We're calling it the sprint race at Road America. We still have a 2-hour race coming up after this, and this is the action already.
Yeah, these drivers are not waiting for that to have some interesting things happen. We've seen it. We're almost stacked on top of each other trying to find out what's going on. So hopefully they'll spread out a little bit so we can cover a little bit of everything in the 2-hour race. But I wouldn't quite bank on that.
Avon Dorsey has completely pulled away with the Division II lead. Ilya Speaker is second. Let's revisit those point standings as we watch second, third, and fourth in Division I. Down to Division II. Here we go. Ilya Speaker, 20 points back at Dan Willis. Ilya currently running 11th. Dan is 27th. That's 9 points. That cuts that gap nearly in half. And if that connection issue does not get resolved, if Ilya is able to go any further north than 18th or 17th or so in race 2, we might have that freak scenario where Dan Willis still loses this championship.
Yeah, Dan has used up half of that room for error that we were talking about. So he's gonna want to maybe figure out those internet issues in the little warm-up period, the little break we have in between these races, and make sure that he can be solidly into this race and not have to worry about that. But we'll see if Ilya can maybe reel those in a little bit more, those points.
Second, third, and fourth on track. And that is Andy Miller in the background. You saw them pass him last lap in turn 9. But this is Scott Reister, Alec Bergstrom, Scott Kimbrough. This is not a battle I thought we would have coming into today, but it's one that's pleasant to see. I mean, you got a Mercedes that's just gone on by a Ferrari, and an Audi is advancing, so that is already a plus. You've got a couple of different teams in this. Team Empire versus Muradness. And some very different point scenarios. I mean, Scott Reister, really these three are out of it. Well, I mean, long shot, Bergstrom might have a chance, but the loss of the lead and the loss now of second place, the fact that these guys are 4 seconds back of Brockway, I think is going to seal the deal that Bergstrom is likely out, even though he's going to gain a little bit on the championship situation, which is currently Jason Allen 3 spots ahead of Miguel Colon. That is the situation. What a wild 40 minutes we've seen so far.
Yeah, Bergstrom started the day with a chance, but everything had to go exactly right for him, and everything had to go pretty wrong for everyone else he was chasing. So it's gone a little bit wrong, but I don't know if he'll have quite as much luck as he needs to be a competitor in this championship. But still, great racing. It's not going to dampen these guys' intensity at all. So we're going to see some more wheel-to-wheel racing as we head down into the last 11 minutes or so of this one.
Now, if you're a regular viewer of the North American Racing League, you might be wondering why we haven't talked yet about Driver of the Day. Well, it is Driver of the Day after all, not Driver of the Race. So, Driver of the Day vote will happen a bit later on at the end of the endurance race, which means we're not talking about it yet in this race. We have a lot, almost 3 hours of racing to take in mind for that Driver of the Day vote. Definitely, everybody stay tuned for that when it comes up in race number 2 later. But somebody who might be an early consideration, I think, is car number 73. And there is a very loud fan club for him right now on YouTube. But Dominic Turcotte, this might be the best race I have ever seen out of driver 73. Currently 6th place. He's been as high as 5th over the pit cycle. And it's been just sheer positives for him. From 9th up the order into the 5th place, now down to 6th, just because of the pits again. He was as low as 14th again. I think that was when he exited the pit lane. Regardless, a fantastic day at the office for this Porsche driver.
Yeah, and if you want to end your season on a high note, that's how you do it. Just keep your car clean, maximize your race results, capitalize on other people's mistakes, and you're going to end your season knocked on the door of a top 5. So he's going to want to keep that up and bring it home in this one and carry that over into the endurance and see what he can do maybe leading into the next season of NARL racing.
Here's one way to look at it for Dominic. He is currently ahead of whoever is going to win this championship today.
And that's always a good sign. That's that means you did something right. Those drivers that are competing for that, they've been fast all season. They've been really competitive. So if you find yourself in front of them, it's always a good thing. So he's gonna probably look at this race with a smile and hold his head high after this, knowing that he did pretty well.
Back up to the top 4. Scott Reister starting to drive away using that Miranda's coaching. He's starting to put some time here on Alec Bergstrom. This has been an impressive couple of weeks out of Scott, and I think the last couple of seasons we've broadcasted, more recently, the last couple of years really, Scott has just completely changed as a driver, getting better constantly. Every round it feels like there is an improvement out of car 42, and certainly the extra time between seasons coming into season number 5 here, he has stepped it up a ton. Was in the win conversation last time out at Barber, nearly won that race, only just barely not able to get it away from Brockway at the end of that Barber race. I really thought he should have been driver of the day. He's making a pretty strong argument today since, of course, Brockway winning last time is not eligible. This has been a really cool story for Scott. These last few rounds, last few seasons, the unfortunate part is he's had so much bad luck that he hasn't been able to show all of those advancements all the time. As we quickly flip back to the battle with Dominic Turcotte over Bobby Flack, this is starting to get more exciting. These two are really starting to go to blows.
Yeah, this battle's really heated up, and Bobby putting the pressure on Dominic Turcotte now. So we'll see if that Audi has anything for the Porsche. Maybe makes a move into Canada corners. They're coming through the carousel right now. So we'll see. This is 7.5 minutes to go, just about. These drivers going to want to start planning their moves and making sure that they have what it takes to maximize their positions.
Well, there was Canada corner. Thankfully, no contact. We haven't been able to say that all day today as hello, Austin Tiller. Top 3 in Division 2 at Barber. That is not how you do that. Hello. Whoa.
What a save there. He made contact with the 70 car of Philip Paterka, and wow, he held on to that one, kept it going kind of in a straight line.
Kind of in a straight line.
Well, he wasn't on the track, so he's gotta dock him a little bit for that. But we'll see as we go look at a replay here and see what exactly happened to him.
Similar but different to what John Kroom had happen in the kink.
Yeah, just overcooked it a little bit and found himself sideways and I thought he had some damage when he got back going, but I think it was just when he got off there, and then just ran out of space there. I think Paterka thought he was going to be able to clear Austin before he got to that point in the racetrack, so I think that's what the extra contact was, but kind of no harm, no foul. They both kept going, and nobody's any much worse than they were before that. So,
well, I think that was just Philip Paterka from Move Over Racing saying, move over.
Well, yeah, sometimes the prophecies ring true, and
the prophecies.
Kind of into his
is that like the emergency Pop-Tart?
Yeah.
Well, big pass there. Alec Bergstrom was just fired from Radness in the YouTube chat and gives up position number 3, all within about 30 seconds as Scott Kimbrough goes by in turn 5. Get Alec an emergency Pop-Tart. Question is, what flavor?
I think it is. Let me check here.
You gotta open it up. It's no longer emergency. The emergency is now.
I grabbed a strawberry one, so I got strawberry Pop-Tarts. My go-to. Yeah, I know it's going to be a long day up here in the announcer's booth. Don't want to get tired. Make sure I have something to snack on in the long endurance hours. So,
well, something to snack on is this bite of information.
Oh,
Well, you've got Miguel Colon suddenly back in the top 10. He's only 2 spots back of Jason Allen. I know Miguel kind of... Oh, Jason Allen is in the pit lane. Hang on, we're in a replay. Hang on, there we go. That'll do it, Andrew. Back to live. Jason Allen is in the pits.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Fuel. Remember, he underfueled after he got hit. I was just about to say Miguel has closed the gap and made this a 2-point fight. No, this is incidents. He didn't even pit.
Yeah, that was serving a drive-through. It looked like. Yeah, he never came to a stop in the pit box. So that's mighty unfortunate. That's something you don't want to have happen. And I know we know some of those were out of his control, but yeah, you got to race a little bit more conservative, I think. Don't want to take any more extraneous off tracks when you know you have some incidents built up. So that's going to hamper him and really set him back, as he's now 12 spots behind Miguel on track. So that's going to hurt his championship points battle.
Everything has changed once again. Jason is 21st. Miguel is 9th. What's that, 12 points? 12 spots? Yeah. I mean, that is huge. I mean, that's now the gap that Jake had coming into today. Oh, hello! Whoa! Lucas Souza slams in the barrier out of the kink. That nearly took out Jake Luther for a second time. Oh my gosh, there's 3 minutes to go, 2 laps to go when they come back with a stripe, and nothing is calming down. Every time we try to catch our breath, there's something new. Souza might be able to continue on. The left rear looks like it's knocked in. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was... there's gonna not be any laps of action. And laps as in... we're not going to miss any action.
LAPS.
It's all ramping. Yeah. It's all ramping up here. Under 3 minutes to go now. So these drivers in the last couple of laps. Miguel Colon making a move. Too wide through there. They're going to get through there clean. And Miguel's going to take over that. Is that P8 from Brent Cook? So he's... he smells blood in the water now, and some of the other competitors having issues, and he's going to want to capitalize as much as he can. He's going to look ahead, and he's going to try to run down Bobby Flack and Dominic Turcotte in that next pair of cars in front of him.
Yeah, Dominic has just been able to hold on to 6th place over Bobby Flack for this number of laps since we highlighted him, which is impressive in and of itself. But how about Miguel Colon? I mean, he was down in 13th after the pit cycle. He is now 8th, and Jason Allen had the pit. Lucas Souza just crashed into the wall after being passed. Miguel has driven through the back half of this Division 1 field, and that's what I wanted to highlight before Jason Allen had his drive-through penalty for incidents. We can go back and reference the Whiplash SimCam's race details. 15 incident limit. Then it's every 5 incidents afterwards, and take away the 4 incidents that you got from Jake Luther earlier on, and Jason Allen might not be in this boat twofold. I mean, the whole race would be completely different.
Yeah, it can't really quite go back on it now. It's happened. You just got to deal with it. So he didn't quite completely mitigate those mistakes or mitigate those incidents that happened. And as we see the white flag out now for your leader, Adam Brockway, he's going to cross the line with a almost 5 second gap over Scott Reister as we see him cross now. This battle for 3rd and 4th, though, still on between Kimbrough and Bergstrom.
Still on, it's just getting going. This is 3rd place. Scott Kimbrough now defending over the recently not-so-fired Alec Bergstrom, car 66. Maybe this is how he earns his way back onto the Madness team, looking for some way by car 17. Ferrari versus Audi, who is defending. Bobble out of both that time at a turn number 3. We'll come back to this fight. Turcotte and Bobby Flack, they are 6th and 7th. Still close, not really fighting. How about Division 2? Avon Dorsey, currently running 13th position. Let's reference the points once again. Coming into this race, Avon is out of the fight. We can ignore that. The big deal in Division 2 is this guy. Dan Willis down here in 26th. Ilya Speaker in 17th. That's 9 points. Again, that's about half of his advantage gone within this one race alone. And Dan has got to do something big time, I think. Well, really, he just has to have his connection not fail him in race 2.
Yeah, he doesn't have any room for error. He can't have anything go wrong. No major incidents, no equipment failures, no internet lapses, nothing. Just needs to have that solid race, because as we saw, he's already lost half of that kind of barrier he had over that second place. So he's going to want to really solidify that in the next race.
Scott Kimbrough driving away from Alec Bergstrom. That's good for third. But as they work through Bill Mitchell Bend for the final time in race 1, not for the day, here is Adam Brockway leading the way. I don't know how many other A's I can fit in, but Adam Brockway leading the way to the checkered flag. Out of turn 14 and up the hill, race 1 will go complete. Congratulations, driver 142, 2 overall wins in a row. The first driver to do that all season.
Yeah, as we see the rest of the top 5 or so across the line, now we're going back to Dominic Turcotte in the battle for 6th with Bobby Flack. He's going to bring home 6. Bobby's going to be 7th, and Miguel Colon, top of the championship contenders, brings it home in 8th. Looks like we got somebody, I don't know, struggling with
That's
fuel
Lucas
a little
Souza.
bit.
He's shaking the car, trying to get everything he can. He will coast across the line, and he'll go 15th, it looks like, just ahead of Will Coffey. And he will hang on to that position. Ilya Speaker comes across 17th, solidifies that spot. And Dan Willis was a lap down, solidified in 26th. Jason Allen just comes across the line and goes 21st. I think the damage is done realistically. It's going to take a whole lot for anybody to unseat Miguel Colon now. Well, how the tables have turned, I think 3 separate times in that 50-minute race alone.
Yeah, that was non-stop action, and I don't know how that sets us up for this 2-hour endurance race, but yeah, those we saw drivers we thought were going to be a little bit on the calm side, maybe be a little more aggressive than we thought. We saw drivers that
Alec Bergstrom has just been DQ'd by penalty, not DQ'd, but penalized. And of course, the results go away. I hate how iRacing does that. We might have to refer into the sim, but Alec Bergstrom just got a massive penalty at the end of the race and drops down to, let's see,
17th?
Yeah, 17th spot. That is huge. Started first, drops all the way down. I hate how iRacing clears the result or whatever it is. The session switch, whatever. I'll see if I can bring those results back up, but let's see. Can I do this on the fly? No, that's not going to work. Anyhow, we can read through it at least. Adam Brockway takes home the race win. Scott Reister will go 2nd place. Scott Kimbrough 3rd. Thomas Raley promoted to 4th. And you know what this does, Dan? This puts another point between Miguel Colon and Jason Allen, because Jason Allen finished down in 21st, and Bergstrom was penalized to 17th by incidents at the end.
Yeah, I think it was a time penalty, so probably about 30 seconds. Yeah, he was battling with Kimbrough, so yeah, it's showing up 41 seconds behind the leader. So 30-second time penalty, that's going to slot him in between Ilya Speaker and Joe Nagy. So that's going to hurt Jason Allen, because he's not going to get the benefit of that. But that also might have a little bit of an effect on our Division 2, because I think that promotes Avon Dorsey up a spot.
It puts
Ilya Speaker up a spot, and Dan Willis does not get that benefit either.
So let's quickly make some notes. This is looking at the pros, well, Division 1 standings. This is going to be, actually, hang on, let's scratch that. Plus, what's the position differential between Miguel and Jason in the results?
Miguel was 7th. Jason was 21st.
14. Trying to do the math there. 14. Big 1-4. Jake Luther picks up, what was the difference? He was 2 spots back, so I think Jake is out of it. He loses 2 spots, 2 points rather, to Miguel Colon. Eric Leroy didn't do so hot himself. So really, it's this battle here that we're talking about in Division 1. This is more or less the picture. Miguel Colon 14 points up on Jason Allen. I think Jason Allen and Jake Luther right now would be 1 point apart based on how this looks. So that Division 1 now is the more figured out of the two. Let's bring in Division 2 standings. And it's a murkier picture. Dan Willis goes where did he finish? Position 26?
26th.
That's not a great 2. Let's see if I can... 2-6. This is not easy to do. Ilya Speaker finished where?
Ilya was 16th.
Not a great 6. Hopefully you can get what I'm going for there. Fleischman, not really in conversation. Nobody else. So this is a 10-point swing. Moradness, pray that Dan does not lose connection, because that's a 10-point change there. That's what that is. The gap is now down to 10 points in Division 2, 14 points tentatively, not at all officially, tentatively in the 2 classes. Oh, how the tables turn.
Absolutely. So we'll see. I don't know if these guys are going to have the points memorized that well and to know exactly what they're going to need to do, but it's we'll have to see. I think the plan still stays the same though. If you're one of these drivers, you just got to maximize your whatever you can get in this race. You got to get it. You can't lose ground and just give up points that you don't have that benefit. So don't give up any points. Maximize your points, and that's all you can do at the end of the day.
Well, drivers that just wrapped up race 1, you are able to come into the Pit Stop TV Discord and talk to us. I don't see anybody yet, but you are able to do so, especially those of you that finished first and second. As far as race details, I promised we'd talk about it. Well, here we are to do so. Whiplash SimCam's race details for this endurance portion of today's race. A 30-minute warm-up with a partial invert. That partial invert has been determined at 20 cars. So if you thought you had a bad day already and your name is Jason Allen, he finished 21st.
Just missing that cut. That's got to sting as much as possible.
That could have saved everything for him. I mean, that is... Oh my gosh. Man,
if there is anything for Alec Bergstrom to take some positives out of that penalty, he's now going to start 4th.
True.
In this race. So if he could maybe make quick work of the first, second, and third that's going to start in front of him, and maybe put his head down, start running away, he might have a chance to hold off some of the guys that have kind of come from 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. Which is your top 4 from the previous race, which is that's a long way to go, but you're gonna have 2 hours to do it.
What an interesting set of circumstances. And Miguel Colon now, he finished 7th. He's gonna start 13th, 14th on the grid.
14th.
Now that's gonna be a big time swing. Everything changing between these 2 races. No drivers yet to talk to us. Let me ping them maybe in the Discord. I'll tell you what, though. What do you, overall thoughts after race 1? What do you make of this current situation?
Oh, I don't know. I think these drivers are going to want to, if you were up at the front, you're going to want to make quick enough work that you can battle for the win. I think we might see the drivers that hit that invert, the top 5, top 8 maybe of the finish of that race. I think they're going to have a lot of work to do, and I think it's going to introduce some randomness and it might separate these drivers a little bit, where if they're super close on speed, hitting traffic just wrong or just right is going to set them up better for the end of this race. I think the drivers that hit the invert just right are going to start up near the top of the order for this. I think they're going to want to do everything they can to stay up there and not give up any of these positions. and I think we're going to see everybody mix it up on strategy. I think we're going to see people trying to go long, people trying to go short. When you take tires, when you don't take tires, I think everything's kind of on the table for these drivers to figure out which strategy is best for them. And whoever's prepared the most, I think will be able to capitalize on that and maybe take home a win today.
Well, we do have a couple of drivers now joining us. Adam Brockway will be first up, but first we do see some of the chat going on YouTube. Let's keep it light. There's definitely some conversation happening. Let's grab Adam Brockway, winning race number 1 on the day, picking up right where you left off at Barber a week and 2 days ago. Adam, you are the only driver so far to win overall twice this season. How does that feel?
Feels great. You know, it's definitely good to have back-to-back wins. Huge shout out to Stu, over at Madness. I took some coaching this week here, and it definitely played out.
Clearly, it helped a bunch. You come home, 5 seconds or so ahead of the field in this first 50-minute race. But let's talk about the rest of the day, because there is a whole lot going on, more than just that 50-minute race. 2 hours now coming up, which is something that none of you guys have seen in the series this season. But, of course, you guys run all kinds of different races throughout the week. How prepared are you guys over at Madness for this particular challenge?
I think we do a lot of side-by-side racing with the team together, so we're definitely prepared. It's really going to be about staying safe and eliminating off tracks and trying to stay out of trouble and just pick your way through the pack as you can.
Fair enough. Of course, now you're starting 3rd place, or not 3rd, 20th place rather, in the invert. Not sure where I got 3rd from. 20th spot though, after an invert. Do you have any kind of plan?
No, I'm just going to save as much fuel as I can and, take advantage of any opportunity that someone makes a mistake, or if I can get by, just, pick and choose my battles and try to keep the car alive and get as many positions as I can.
Well, Adam, best of luck to you carrying the flag today from Radness so far. Let's see you slice and dice through the field in race 2.
Thank you.
Adam Brockway having a chat when it's all said and done for race number 1 on the day. How about another pro driver before we get to our points leader? How about Thomas Rayleigh? Dan, this guy I'm sure has a lot to talk about.
Yeah, Thomas, we got you in here now. P4 after, I think, a last lap penalty. So.
Oh, I got P4?
That's what it's showing on the results page. So how was that race for you? How do you feel after that? And can you build on that momentum?
Well, I hope to build on it a little bit. The endurance will be more similar to the sprint for me. I had a really poor showing in qualifying, so I was probably about 10 positions lower than I should have been, but managed to work my way up through the field. And if you give me another hour or so, I'm pretty sure I can get on the podium.
Yeah, what's your plan? You're going to be rolling off 17th after the invert, so you're going to have to use those skills, and you already got some practice passing, I guess. So what's that going to look like for you? You're going to be really aggressive, or are you just going to take it easy and let them come to you?
Well, I'm hoping everything will kind of come to me. We did testing with a lot of different cars this week, and the Ferrari, BMW, and Mercedes have a straight line advantage over pretty much every other car as the air temperature gets higher. So I'm hoping those temps go up, and I just wave bye-bye to the Porsches, the Audis on the straight.
Wow, a race car driver hoping for hotter temperatures. That's a first, rare. But good luck, and we might be speaking to you again if everything kind of breaks your way in this endurance race. So good luck, and hope to see you.
Thanks, guys.
That is absolutely a rarity. A driver wishing for warmer temps. Not something you hear very often. Tell you what, though, let's bring in Miguel Colon, current championship leader, who definitely has a pretty solid seat now going into race number 2, the endurance race on the day. Miguel, a whole bunch of points, but it did not look that way until the last few laps. Walk us through the race from your perspective. There was a lot going on.
Man, I would say a lot of tension. You know, the whole race per se. You know, I never had a chance to come to the car and sit down and feel comfortable the whole way. I thought the lobby was gonna start at 2 p.m. So I was cleaning windows, helping my wife in the house before she goes to work. And when I realized it was like 10 minutes to the quality, I was like, uh-oh, this is not looking good. You know, came cold, didn't have a good quality. Then on the race, once I start getting on the rhythm, you know, I kind of tried to make a move on Jake, but just to show the car to see how he reacted. And then, you know, unfortunately, he went long at the break and he took Jason. And then at that point, I was like, okay, let me try to take it easy, take it to the end, don't try to make another mistake. I think it was kind of a little racing scene with Eric. We were kind of side by side, giving him room. You know, I don't think it was nothing forcing that way. And then I took the bad side of that incident, you know. I thought was worried. I thought Jason was gonna make it on fuel, so that's what I was kind of pushing hard. And then when I saw that he actually made a pit stop with it like 3 laps to go, then I kind of back off a little bit and just keep it cool, get those points, and create this gap for the next race. You know, it's gonna be interesting race, 2 hours.
And how does your approach change now to this 2 hour race? You have a much larger gap. Well, it was 0. It was nil coming into this first race. Now it's unofficially about 14. How does your approach change?
I would try to just not try to put myself in those risky spots like I did on the first race, like I did with Eric. Just try to be smart. Just do my race to try to bring the championship. You know, manage those points. Look where my competition is going, and depending where I'm sitting on track, then I will make my decision how I approach the race. But so far, you know, maybe not looking to win the race, but just looking to see where is the people I'm competing with them in the championship, and just maintain that gap that I need to make it happen.
And real quick, one more question. Right at the end of the race, you kind of mentioned the pit stop for Jason Allen. It was a pass-through penalty for incident points. And of course, some of that was from the incidents down in Canada Corner. But how close were you, and are you at all concerned for the incidents only being set at 15 for this 2 hour race?
So I actually made it to 11, trying to push to catch Jason at the end, because I didn't know if it was gonna make it on fuel or not, because looking at the lap that he pit and how much extra fuel you can put to where I start, I think he was gonna be good to make it on fuel. So that's what I was kind of pushing hard. And then once I got over there, I had my 11 off tracks. I was like 1.4x and could take me into a drive-through. So I decided to take it easy.
Well, it all worked out for you, Miguel. Hopefully we're talking to you with just that same kind of happy mood after this endurance race coming up. Best of luck.
Thank you, bud.
Miguel Colon, after 50 minutes of racing, I think rather cheerful. Dan, how about Jake Luther, though, after the contact between he and Jason Allen?
Yeah, Jake in here now. Maybe that race didn't quite go according to plan. How do you plan to rebound and improve on that for the endurance race?
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, sloppy on my part. So just cleaning it up. I have my own fuel and tire strategy going into this, so it's going to be it's a long race. So obviously staying out of trouble is going to be really the main strategy for Hawaii.
Yeah, and you mentioned strategy for that. I don't know if you want to divulge it, maybe some competitors listening in, but tires, fuel, is that all part of the plan? Is that all stuff you're gonna have to figure out on the fly? Maybe.
There might be some adjustments on fuel. I think I'm pretty locked in on the tires, but with such a long race and a 55% tank, I think it gives a lot of options of how you want to run it. So yeah, we will see how it works out, knock on wood.
Yeah, sounds like we're in for an exciting race, and good luck to you. And if things break your way, you might see you back up here in the booth at the end of this next 2 hours.
Yeah, great talking to you guys. Thank you.
That's Jake Luther out of a really interesting situation in third place in the point standings. There's a lot, I think, that we have to unpack going into our endurance race. That's the last of the drivers up to talk to us between these two races. So while we have a moment, let's go ahead and catch our breath ever so slightly, take a step away don't go anywhere, because we will still be broadcasting the endurance race coming up on this in this same broadcast. So if you're here, don't go anywhere. This is right where we're broadcasting from. This is where you need and want to be. We're just gonna put up some clips for you guys to check out, and just take a moment to breathe and take in everything going on into this endurance race. Also, a quick look at what we have coming up at Pit Stop TV throughout the next week or so. But Dan, it's been a fun one so far. Everybody watching, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
For those who competed decades ago, speeding down highways, through towns, country roads. For those who sat watching on the sides of the street, who found solace in chaos and thunderous speed. Even for those who grew up without the sights and the sounds, and live without race cars shaking the ground. Who don't understand why racing appeals to our fascination, wonder, and the way that we feel. A purpose-built place to camp and spend time with friends, watching racing together until darkness descends. Though no longer do the streets rumble and roar, there's a place just for this, a park to explore.
A road racing circuit before the assault. The 4 twisting, beautiful miles at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. For 6 brutal, ear-shattering hours, its serenity will be violated by the raw power of screaming racing machines. It's the famed end-of-season endurance classic, the Road America 500. The specially constructed race circuit at Elkhart Lake at normal speed is a scenic 4-mile drive through fall-tinted Wisconsin countryside.
Hidden by forests near Elkhart Lake, not a path nor a trail, but a road meant to race. In a town too quiet, the refuge we seek, Road America, the racetrack, the national park of speed.
Welcome back to the virtual Road America and the virtual Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Warm up on track, and just about 90 seconds to go in the session before we get back into a race session, this time for 2 hours. The top 20 are being inverted from the results of race number 1, and it is a good day to be on the iRacing.com sim. This is the season finale for the North American Racing League GT3 season number 5. We've talked about the points all day long. Let's start then with the weather conditions. We talked about 85 degrees when we gridded up for race 1. Now 82 degrees on track. It's staying about the same here, Dan. Not much change so far.
Yeah, a little bit cooler, but not going to change too much. And we talked to Thomas Rayleigh. He said he wanted the track to get really hot and might be a little bit of an advantage for him, but don't think he's going to quite get it how he wanted it.
Yeah, not too warm out there. It's cooling down a little bit. I think we're working into the afternoon. Some more clouds overhead, and certainly it's starting to get later in the virtual day. We can definitely still talk about point standings as you see briefly the times there, I guess the gaps. There's the times. Hang on. There's the times. There we go. In warm-up here, 2:05, 2:55, fastest so far for Jake Luther. A 5:22, rather, fastest for Adam Brockway. We can take a look at point standings coming into this evening, and there's a lot to note. And I guess we'll break the telestrator back out briefly. Miguel Colon, more or less, is up 14 now on Jason Allen. So we can scratch that. Jake Luther is now back 1 point, I believe we're saying unofficially, from Jason Allen. So if you want to put this into regular terms, it'd be minus 14 for Jason, minus 15 for Jake. And where does Eric end up in all of this?
About 25 points back.
And Brockway now moves up, actually passing his teammate Alec Bergstrom and Eric Leroy into the 4th spot, now 22 back again unofficially, and Alec Bergstrom drops to 32 out. So your best chance, Muradness, is Adam Brockway now 22 points out of the championship. Now, to be honest, very unlikely that happens. It's looking very much like a Miguel Colon kind of day, at least in Division 1. How about Division 2, though? Things are a little bit different. Dan Willis has lost a handful of points, and now, per your calculations, Dan, has about a 12-point lead.
Yep, he used up a little bit of that, but I think getting a pole and rebounding just a little bit, salvaging some points there, kept him just ahead of Ilya Speaker to maintain that little bit of a gap. Yeah, Fleischmann's going to be about 26 back, and Wilfred looks like he's 35 back, so looks pretty similar, I guess. A little bit closer, but one chance to make up those points is now gone for these drivers, so that's what that's how it shakes out.
And we have cars pacing around the track once more. Let's take a look at your starting grid, brought to you by CC's Business for race number 2. The top 20 invert puts Keith Wilfred on pole, Jeff Fleischmann in second. Jason Allen, by the way, we'll get to him, 1 spot shy of the invert. Starting 3rd place, though, after the invert, Joe Nagy in car 777. Alec Bergstrom will be electric here on the start, I think. He's rolling off from 4th spot. Starting 5th for the endurance race, how about Ilya Speaker? Will Coffey there in row number 3. A couple of drivers worth watching here at the start of the race. Lucas Souza, one of your top D1 drivers from earlier. He was pretty fast in the early goings, along with Eric Leroy. These guys are going to be ones to watch as well out of the top 10. Aubrey Kundal, Avon Dorsey, your Division 2 winner, will start from 10th.
Picking up with row number 6, John Kroom's going to start to the inside in P11, and Jake Luther, kind of our first person with a chance at a shot for the title, there in 12th. Brent Cook starting 13th, and Miguel Colon, your points leader, picked up a little bit of a gap now. He's going to roll off 14th and look to make his way up from there. Bobby Flack starting 15th, and Dominic Turcotte, we saw them battling at the end of that race, of the sprint race, so they're going to line up side by side in row number 8. Row 9 is going to be Thomas Rayleigh and Scott Kimbrough. So they're rolling off 17th and 18th in the 420 car and the 17 car respectively. And your winners and second place from the sprint race, Scott Reister finished second. He's going to start 19th in car 42, and to his outside, Adam Brockway in the 142, winning the sprint race, lines him up 20th for this one.
Jason Allen, after all that trouble in race 1, grids up 21st. It's a long shot, but he's got to stay in it just in case. Lining up 22nd, Dean Kerr in car number 84. From 23rd spot, it's Austin Tiller, who had some trouble in that 50-minute sprint race. Wayne Gradon back here as well. Gridding up 25th place, Philip Bedurka, I believe, has parked the car for the day, as nearly some contact. Dan Willis will roll off from 26th. That's who's getting staggered out, almost making contact, actually. 27th, Andy Ray Miller, deep starting position after troubles for himself. Timothy Patterson back here, along with Sean Patterson and Bob Guadagnoli to round out the field. Weather conditions, we already talked about them. How about your Whiplash SimCams race details? That 30-minute warm-up, that top 20 invert, those have already happened. They've taken effect. Now it's time for a 2-hour endurance race. For the first time ever, counting for points in this North American Racing League. This is going to be fun. Still the same fixed setup. Still the same fuel limit, 55%. That means we are counting on 3 pit stops for all drivers, and the incident limit is remaining unchanged. An extra challenge for these drivers when we go racing, this time up the hill at the Virtual Road America. One more chance for everybody in this championship. If they want to be heard, it's got to happen now. Keith Wilfred in the Lamborghini will lead us to the green. Immediately, Alec Bergstrom straight across the track in front of somebody, and he's nearly putting him in the wall. That was aggressive down to turn 1. Here we go, 3 wide.
Oh yeah, 3 wide for the lead. Are they all going to get through there?
There goes Nagy.
Looks like almost everybody made it through.
Oh, Austin Tiller hard in the wall.
Yeah, so a couple guys taking a little bit of off-road excursions through there. That's not going to be how they wanted to start this 2-hour race. But for the most part, everyone's got through there clean, starting to see some single file now. Top 3 all in a line, Wilfred, Fleischman, and Bergstrom. So we can look at Austin Tiller and the damage that he's had. But here's a move by Jeff Fleischman to take the lead. Crossover from Wilfred. Yeah, he's going to take that lead right back from him. And they're going to make contact into turn number 6. That's going to open the door for Alec Bergstrom. He's up to second now after starting 4th due to the invert. So he's going to try to get this lead, I think, and check out. You see Will Coffey now ducking out, making a move on Jeff Fleischman.
This is the driver I have my eye on, Jason Allen back here, 23rd spot. There goes Andy Miller up the inside of Dean Kerr. That was aggressive, but that's what you've got to be here at the start of this 2-hour race. I know you have 2 hours to get the race done, but when you have the whole field stacked up like this is gold. This is money for Jason Allen. If he could just get past him, he has done the opposite. He's gone backwards 2 spots, almost right rears the 84, and into the grass to make it through the kink. Dean Kerr goes off track.
Yeah, Jason really needs to be aggressive here, but it's not looking too great for him as he's already fallen back a little bit and off.
Whoa!
Oh, big move.
Jason's going to have nightmares of Canada Corner.
Yeah, he's not going to want to look too fondly on that corner after this race. As you see Sean Patterson in that 59 machine just send it up the inside and almost get into him, but they got away there, and now first lap in the books. They're going to want to take a deep breath, but I don't know if that's going to be an option for most of these drivers. Just be 2 wide, 2 rows deep now down the front straightaway.
Keith Wilfred, Alec Bergstrom, your couple of leaders out front. That's the wrong one, Andrew. There we go. Will Coffey, second place in Division 1. As everything gets turned up on his head, there's going to be a lot of fighting to get this 2-hour race started. Lucas Souza in the middle of this train. He's in that Aerokinetics gray, black, and yellow machine, that Porsche. 3rd place in this line, and 3rd place in Division 1. And this line extends through just about the entire field, right back to Jason Allen, who is now 22nd, but still has so much work to do. And the guy he's chasing, Miguel Colon, is already up to 12th.
Yeah, Miguel's got away clean and already picked up a couple spots in that first lap and a half. So he's looking pretty solid. He's just going to hopefully for his sake, have a little bit cleaner of a race. I know he maximized those points, but it was not without incidents. So he's going to want to be a little bit cleaner and hope that he can get through this 2 hours with a little less, I don't know.
A little less trouble.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely not a 12-hour. A 12-hour race would be cool. Today, maybe not. My book is a little filled. Not really, but this has been a really cool kind of return to endurance racing. There was a lot of talks about a year or so ago about running an endurance series out of the North American Racing League, as Bergstrom will take over the overall lead away from Keith Wilfred. There were talks for a while of an endurance series from this league. It didn't really formulate, but the couple of endurance events that we've run have been so much fun, and really kind of proof of concept is this is going to be an interesting fight. Jason Allen already racking up the incidents off track there through 13 and 14. Everybody is giving this guy trouble. Let's go back and take a replay. Well, coffee goes fastest. There we go. Let's check out the replay for Jason Allen. Well, hang on. Here we go. This is going to be everything from the carousel into Canada Corner and whatnot. So he's working on Andy Miller in the 3 car. Andy goes off the racetrack a little bit, chasing Scott Reister. Let's just watch from here.
Yeah, took a good bit of that curb, got out to the outside curb, and used that to make a run into Canada Corner here. He's going to look to the inside.
Big end.
And maybe get through there. Yeah, I think they got through there okay, but he just couldn't hold the momentum, and Andy was able to just stay the outside, and then he goes off a little bit wide there, just trying everything. He's got to pull out all the stops. He knows that the pressure is on, and he knows that he needs to start making his way through this field quicker than he's been able to so far. So he's I think he's starting to feel the pressure and knowing that the championship's slipping away.
And there are really good drivers littered across the field. There goes one of them, Miguel Colon, car 87, off in the grass, a rejoin in front of us, a handful of cars. He will just get back on track. This opens the door. Jason Allen, go get those points.
Yeah, that's what Jason needed to see. That's what Jake Luther needed to see. But Miguel, we talked about it. He just needed to be calm, be smooth, make it through here without any off tracks, without any big issues, and couldn't quite seem to make it through there so far. We'll get a replay, see what happens to him. I don't know if we saw any damage with that car, so he might.
There will be some contact, but I think you're right. Not much damage, if any. And there's going to be an interesting moment down here for some of our viewers. A lot of fans in the fan club for car 73. Dominic Turcotte. Very similar to what Miguel had with Eric Leroy down at turn 5. Just Miguel was on the opposite end of that and got spun around into the grass. There goes Jason Allen right as Miguel gets the car back going. Really quick incident. Not much damage, if any. At worst, maybe some cosmetic or maybe a hair of toe adjustment to that, yes, right rear of the car.
Yeah, it looks like they just tried to fit 2 cars into one space, and that does not work out for Miguel once again. We saw that issue. You mentioned it in the first race, and he's got to be thinking, what do I have to do to make sure this incident doesn't get me again? But as we see this yellow Ferraris make a big move on the Moradness Ferrari, I think that was Andy Miller on Dan Willis, so he's starting to claw his way back up a little bit behind a bunch of BMWs and an Audi.
There's chaos all over the racetrack. Bobby Flack, Brent Cook, and Thomas Rayleigh on screen, and Thomas Rayleigh going to work by Brent Cook, his teammate. Thomas finished 4th in race 1. In the sprint race, I should say. And Scott Reister trying to claw his way back through. He finished 2nd in the sprint. Andy Miller, as you mentioned, got by Dan Willis recently, and now Jason Allen is only 2 spots ahead of Miguel Colon in that Porsche. And, oh, that was I think I saw a bobble from Jason. He's also got pressure now from Joe Nagy. This is not what he needs.
Yeah, we saw Porsche lose it and contact the wall through the kink, and I think that may have almost caught him out there, but he is going side by side through here. Through turn 13, he's going to have to concede that position.
Wrong direction.
Yeah, he just cannot get any momentum going toward the front of this field. That's going to be tough. He's got a minute, or he's got an hour 50 to find it. Man, that's hard to do, especially lap after lap. Sooner or later, it's going to run out of time. So he's got to start making his way back up if he wants a chance to fight Miguel and have a legitimate shot at this championship.
Well, Miguel's right behind him now as they work into turn 1. Jason Allen trying to get back by Joe Nagy. It's not so easy. And Joe's going to pressure back into turn 3, but Jason will take the inside and roll right on through. This is a really important bit of racing for our championship leaders. Joe Nagy very aggressive with Jason a lap ago. Now Miguel Colon pulls up right behind his main threat in the championship. And they're going to draft by the 777, maybe not.
Yeah, I think Miguel had flashbacks there. He knows that he's just going to take it a little bit easier, and there it goes. There, a little bit of a mistake, a little bit running wide with that Rockefeller racing machine, and that's going to open the door and allow Miguel to follow right through with Jason. So he knows what he has to do. If he can keep that car, and if Miguel can keep that car ahead of him in sight all race, he knows he'll be okay. So I think that's going to be his plan now that the first few laps have shaken out how they have.
And Dan Willis, this isn't panic mode right now, but he might, let's see, at the 12-point gap, he would be second place in the championship right now, and he has some significant right front damage. I'm not sure where that damage might have come from. Let's see if we can get a look at it here. Significant right front damage. He would currently be out of the championship lead to Ilya Speaker, who runs in the 6th position overall. Dan runs in 20th currently. That's 14 points. It's a big deal.
Yeah, I think right now it looks bad, but I think Dan's just got to keep in mind that
it's a product of the invert.
It is a product of the invert. I think Ilya's going to come back to him a little bit, so I wouldn't panic quite yet if I was Dan. I would be a little worried if I had some damage, and if that turns into anything more, I'd be a little more on edge. But you just got to take a deep breath. It's going to be, we're only 10 minutes into this one, and there's still an hour 50 to go. So we picked up right where we left off with action from the first race.
Scott Kimbrough, Jake Luther. This is 11th on track. Adam Brockway right behind him. The race winner for the last 2 overall races. Brockway nowhere to go down here in turn 5. Luther's going to outbrake himself, and that works out that time. Deep into turn 5, but Kimbrough's still on the outside of Brockway. Tricky spot to be in for each of these drivers, and Kimbrough will just clear Brockway into turn 6, and that works out. Right behind him, Bobby Flack and Avon Dorsey racing. This brings Thomas Rayleigh into this discussion. This is 14th, 15th, 16th overall. And Rayleigh might have an opportunity to the inside as we've got trouble for the 84 car. Dean Kerr spun around out of turn 6.
Yeah, he's fallen back a few places from the start of this one, so that's not going to help his cause at all. But
whoa, hello! Thomas Rayleigh off of the track, and that is Avon Dorsey joining him over there. They both will spin to the outside, and it looks like I have plenty of time to get back on. And no, Avon Dorsey is going to have to tow.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was quite as much damage, but we'll get a replay here and see exactly what happened. They're going into the carousel.
I just mentioned them in the fight with Bobby Flack.
Yeah, they were two cars behind there. Rayleigh looks to the inside. Nothing there. Avon goes a little bit wide. Let's see what happens here. They just kind of came together. I don't know if Thomas turned in a little bit. Avon drifted out a little bit. Hard to tell, but they definitely came together, and that's not how they wanted to start off this 2-hour race.
Well, that's your D2 race winner, the sprint race. Avon Dorsey out of it here on the endurance. He just missed the bottom in the carousel, right underneath our camera, slams into the wall, and that seems to have broken a half shaft for car number 7. Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate for Avon to finish the season this way. He's been a great addition to the league in recent years, and here's his onboard.
Yeah, as we ride along with him. It doesn't look like you got too far out, and maybe that once it started drifting to the left, maybe there was some contact there. Yeah, that car kind of stranded and had to take that tow back to the pits. That's gonna really put a damper on his day after coming off that win, but he's gonna get a faster repair. He's gonna get back out there.
Jason Allen was just in the grass in turn 5. This is right behind Dan Willis, and I don't think Miguel liked that at all. He just flashed Jason up the hill to turn 6.
Yeah, these two battling hard already. So
here it is. This is why. This is down into turn 5. Jason moves right over in the braking zone to get inside of Dan Willis and shuts the door on Miguel. And they are still going after it. Live picture, let's get back to it. These two were just side by side. They were nose to tail again down in turn 8. They were oh so close, and I think for a second Miguel might have had the nose ahead had they give it back up. Let's see what happens the rest of this lap. And these are your 3 championship leaders coming into the afternoon, all together.
Yeah, I don't think Miguel was too happy with how Jason wanted to go through that corner. He tried to go inside of Dan, and that kind of parked him. But this live picture now, it's Miguel's got some work to do. He's staring right at the back bumper of that Porsche, knowing that that's who he's really got to beat, or at least stay real close to, and the championship will be his. So it'll be interesting to see how long he stays behind and how long he's willing to put up with that.
Get one more look. Well, a couple more looks, but let's go back again and check this out. There's battles all over, but this is a big one. This is all 3 drivers in the championship picture into one corner, nearly 3 wide. Jason, the last of the late breakers. Oh. And you know what? From that angle, it never really looks like Miguel has position, but I get every reason that he's frustrated with Jason there. At the same time, you have to understand the situation here. I never want to excuse a Pruitt fade into a heavy braking zone like turn 5, but situationally, Jason's racing for his season.
Yeah, Jason knows he has to make something happen, and he tried there, and it didn't end up too bad, but it's not an easy way to make friends that way. So he's gonna have to figure out how to dial up the aggressiveness and make it pay off, and instead of how this move's gonna happen. Just give him a look at it.
That was cool. Take maybe the frustration out for Miguel. That was just cool. That was 3 race cars racing in a real awkward spot on the racetrack, a real awkward setup for that moment. That was just cool racing.
Yeah, still on this battle as these 3 drivers are still running nose to tail with each other. Looks like Jason's got a little bit closer to Dan, but now we're going to look ahead a little bit. That is 44 of Eric Leroy. Now back to the 142. That's Adam Brockway. He's up 7 spots. He won the sprint race, hit the invert at 20th, and he's up to 13th right behind Scott Kimbrough, who also started back there. So those two kind of working together, it looks like, running up through this pack, and they're going to try to make it all the way back to the front as first we're starting to pull away.
Position change on your ticker, and this is, of course, overall position. You can see just how much this field has moved around early as Keith Wilfred gets passed up into turn 1 for 2nd overall. He will give that up to the one, the only, Will Coffey. Meanwhile, Dan Willis has been passed up by the 71, and packs in right behind Jason Allen into turn 1. This is going to make this that much more interesting. Now Miguel Colon up the inside of Dan Willis into turn 3. Dan reluctantly, no, he won't give it up.
Yeah, Dan is hanging on really tough with these 2 Division 1 championship championship competitors. So I think Dan realizes a little bit that he can't just give up these points positions. He knows it's not his race, but he knows that those points really matter. As we see Miguel look to the outside, I don't think he wants to try to make another move to the outside. He knows what happened last race. So he's going to look to the inside in turn 6, and I think Dan's going to wisely give that up, knowing that he didn't quite have the position to fight that and Miguel.
Yeah, Dan's absolutely entitled to fight. That just got a little hairy. I mean, again, that's just good race car things happening, and that's what we're here for, right? Keith Wilfred now getting swallowed up by the greater portion of this GT3 field. A mixed match of Division 1 and Division 2, largely Division 1. But you've got Fleischman, Wilfred, and Speaker all in this top 10 that are just kind of mixing things up right now. Speaker's still up here. He's in 7th overall, while Dan Willis, of course, losing those spots, drops back into 20th. And again, that would be a 1-point swing right now in the way of Ilya Speaker. That's why those positions are that important to him. That's why he was racing the overall championship leader just a moment ago. And he's got to. He has to be that aggressive, because if he keeps losing spots, he has more pros right behind, or Division 1 drivers right behind him. If he keeps losing those positions, that's further and further he gets away from the championship, while Ilya, again, product of the invert, currently runs in that championship spot.
Yeah, the longer this race goes with Ilya staying up there, which is a good run. That's P7, only down 2 spots from the start, so he's definitely maintained as well as he could, and I mean, he's got a long line of cars, but he's right in the middle of it, so it doesn't look like he's holding anybody up more or less than they would be behind anybody in that line. So I think we definitely have some sharks lurking out there. We got Brockway, Turcotte's up a few, Kimbrough's still there, so I think those guys are definitely going to make their way back up to the front, but who knows this if Ilya can just stay up there, he might be able to hold off more drivers than he was anticipating.
We now have an all Division 1 top 2 overall, separated by 8 seconds, and it's worth quickly focusing on Alec Bergstrom, as he is 8 seconds clear of the field. I told you on the grid, 4th place for this driver that was leading at one point in the sprint race. It's not what he wanted as far as the points championship, and he dropped a ton. Dropped from, 4th down to 5th or something like that. Lost a ton of points. But he'll take this. 8 seconds clear of everybody else. Just maintain, run your race. Don't mess up. I know that's kind of a loaded statement, but if he can just maintain what he's doing, the nearest, I'd say, top tier D1 competitor, I know that, again, is kind of loaded, it would be Eric Leroy down in 8th position. He has got a big cushion. Back to his teammate, Adam Brockway, who's 10th overall. That's 12 seconds.
Yeah, that's what Alec just needed to do. He knew he had an issue at the end of the last race, but he was able to capitalize on it now. He's got 8.7 seconds over Will Coffey in 2nd, and another 10 seconds back to 3rd. So, yeah, there's he's done what he needs to do. We'll just see if he can maintain that and hold it off all race.
Look at this line of cars. Everybody just trying to get right to the edge of grip, edge of the racetrack through turn 1. Same story down here in turn 3, right to the edge on exit. These static cameras, last few broadcasts, have been kind of underused. But man, they are so cool at places like Road America. Just an opportunity to watch a train of cars roll through. There's the gap, by the way, from Bergstrom back to Coffey. Healthy gap. Actually, that wasn't even Bergstrom. That was somebody else. And you can see how large that gap is. There's Bergstrom in turn 7. There is somebody else.
That's Avon Dorsey.
Yeah, you're right.
Issue with,
and there's Will Coffey.
Yeah, it just shows how big the gap is. And Bergstrom's just been able to put his head down. He got to the lead pretty quick and able to drive away. That's making lemonade out of lemons, if you will. So he's still got a long ways to go, but he's kind of in the catbird seat for now.
Here's something worth noting. Aubrey Kundal just gave a spot to Ilya Speaker. That moves him up one more position from Dan Willis. That is an important little nugget of race car happenings. Interesting. It wasn't like an intentional move over or anything. It was just he recognized the situation and gave it to him as there goes Brockway to the inside of Turcotte, and they're door banging some more.
Yeah, that car, I think that's Eric Leroy.
Yeah.
Got a little bit slowed down, and I kind of bunched up the field, so that led to some side-by-side racing through there. Now on board with Brockway.
This is...
behind that crowd.
You know, I think...
This pack is nuts. I think it's the confluence of the cars that started up front hitting the invert, and they're kind of drifting back, and now we got the guys that were really fast in the sprint race. They're coming up through the field, so I think now we're starting to see a lot of that mixture, and that's kept this pack really tight.
There goes Jason Allen. That's a pass at a 17th overall. But yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head. I mean, this is guys just from all different walks of race one for the most part, coming together. Everybody trying to race. I mean, you got Scott Kimbrough, John Kroom alongside. Very different results in the sprint race, and everybody's just trying to find their spot in this one. Just trying to move through this, and this is going to be fun. Side by side here, Kimbrough on the outside, Kroom on the inside, Bobby Flack and Scott Reister watching on. Some of the longest tenured drivers in the series right there in turn 5, and get through okay. John might have to give that up though, and he does.
Yeah, Scott's able to finish that move off, and I wonder if it's not going to benefit the people that have some multi-class racing experience.
Yes.
Where you don't have quite that level of disparity, but you have a ton of traffic. And for this early in the race, you wouldn't expect that. So I think that's going to play into some of these drivers' hands. So we look Timothy Patterson into the pits. This might be the first opening of a pit window.
I think it is, and with 55%, you know, if you broke this down into 4 quarters, you have to do 50% of fuel, half hour each. And as we watch Keith Wilfred actually battle, bring the fight back to Lucas Souza. He's trying to pass him. Hello. Wilfred's got some speed all of a sudden. And then loses that spot, and here goes, oh my goodness, that's Ilya Speaker trying to go up the inside but being respectful of his teammate. And now Aubrey Kundal goes around the outside, and Ilya loses that point. There goes Dominic Turcotte into the pit lane along with Lucas Souza, I think that was, and yep. Sure enough, this is the pits opening up. Oh boy, there's so much happening.
Yeah, a long line of cars coming in the pits now. You see Turcotte there. To
Jason Allen.
Scott Reister, Jason Allen.
Miguel Colon stays out, and this was going to try to hit on. It's not perfect quarters of the race by fuel, so you can afford to either pit early or pit really late. You're effectively getting, what, I think 35 minutes of fuel if you play it real conservatively, maybe 32 minutes. So you can go a little beyond, and if you stack that up over the course of the race, you could be making your last pit stop, say, around 20, well, as far as these guys go, you could be 20 minutes to go making your last stop. And considering I'm sure we'll see these guys take at least one set of tires today, and in fact, there's a car on Jax right there. I think that was Joe Nagy on Jax. Who was it? Was it Jake that said there's a lot of options? Or Thomas? There is a lot of strategy options.
Yeah, talking about our interviews we did between the sprint race and this one. Yeah, they touched on it. A bunch of different strategies. Do you push early? Do you take it easy? Do you get tires? Do you not? Do you stretch your fuel? Do you short pit it? Try to take on as little fuel as possible. All the options are open for these drivers, so it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out and getting the first look at that as the pit windows open.
For those of you just joining us, let's take a look back actually at what would be unofficial race results if the race finished now, as Alec Bergstrom's going to come into the pit lane. Bergstrom would have the win. You can see how dotted across all of the purple numbers will be from Division 2. This is the result of a top 20 invert from race 1, the sprint race, to race 2, the endurance races. There goes Avon Dorsey past the start-finish line, staying out. So Fleischmann is leading Division 2 along with Keith Wilfred, 3rd and 4th overall. And this is going to be a very, very interestingly developed race from here on out. You've just got to stick with us. There's Coffey into the pit lane, Fleischmann, Wilfred, everybody working down the pit lane.
Yeah, I think Bergstrom brought everybody to the pit road, and we're seeing pretty much the whole field now that hasn't made a stop there on pit road.
It's like a mass exodus to the pits. Oh, and there's contact. Wilfred's trying to find his box. He doesn't know where it is. It's all the way at the end. I think he took pole. He's just trying to get there. He didn't run out, did he? He ran out.
Yeah, he's got no power. So.
Oh my gosh.
That is unfortunate. I don't know if he considered quite how far he was going to have to traverse pit lane before he ran out of fuel. So that's another thing these guys got to get considering is where they're at in pit road. Just see him rejoin that line, and
someone just popped out in front of Jason Allen, and that someone was Adam Brockway. Actually, it all worked out, but wow.
Yeah, there's another form of the aggressive we were talking about. That's know that you got to make things happen in a race like this, and that's a chance to capitalize in the pits, getting into the pits, getting off of the pits. Every little bit of time helps you out. So we see drivers taking advantage of that.
Hello, Jason Allen up the inside. He's going to get all the way alongside Brockway for a moment. Sent it on the inside of Luther, and he gave him a flash at the turn 3 as well, through turn 4 there. Jason Allen is into 9th place. I mean, right now it's not enough to make up the entire gap, but he's not going down without a fight. He will do some work, it looks like, here in the endurance race to make sure he gives himself the best opportunity he can. Unfortunately, it just all comes down to the incident with Jake Luther punting him off in Canada corner, and then the incidents from there on that have limited his abilities in this race as a whole. Behind him, you've got Jake Luther, Eric Leroy, and Scott Kimbrough. Further back, there is championship leader Miguel Colon. He's back behind Bobby Flack and ahead of Andy Ray Miller and Brent Cook and John Kroom and Joe Nagy. And way up front, in fact, there's one more and coming after this. Way up front, Alec Bergstrom has a 12-second lead over Will Coffey for 2nd place. Lucas Souza in 3rd, then Dominic Turcotte and Scott Reister are your top 10. Some pit stop strategy for sure, taking lower amounts of fuel, have put Scott, Dominic, and Souza right at the front. Also, Aubrey Kundle, let's see, I'm looking actually for Jeff Fleischman, this purple-trimmed Maradness car. He is running 7th overall. He is your Division 2 leader. Dan Willis is 3rd in class, and Dan is still 20th, but Ilya has fallen to 13th. So as it stands, Dan Willis is back into the championship position that he needs to be.
Yeah, Ilya just not able to maximize the pit road and lost quite a few spots there. So that's what Dan needed to see, and he kind of got what he needed. So Ilya's got some work to do to build that difference back up if he wants a chance to take home this championship.
Now that we've kind of set the stage once again for this next little fuel run, here's Jason Allen looking on Jeff Fleischman, the D2 leader. Jeff breaks early and Jason sends it up the inside. Jeff not wanting to relent. He will, though, on corner exit. And he's slowly sinking back down to Ilya's speaker. Jeff, though, big block to the inside. He might be the Division 2 leader, but he's treating this like an overall race. He's trying to get everything he can.
Yeah, he's been willing to show some aggressiveness to try to maintain his positions, knowing that it's hard to come by, and once you give them up, they're really hard to get back. So he's doing everything he can to stay as far forward as he can at the moment.
There's so much happening. I'm just looking across timing and scoring. It's lit up red, which is good things, because when the driver-to-driver interval drops down under about a half second, it gets real beat red or bright red, and then when it gets down within a tenth of a second, it's absolutely as saturated as you can be, and there goes by Brockway ahead of Aubrey Kundle. That's an example of one of those super bright saturated red labels for me in timing and scoring. I mean, there's so much going on. Thomas Rayleigh, in fact, just passed Dan Willis. You've got Austin Tiller, Sean Patterson, and more fighting in the back. It's all over the place as Souza tries to work on Will Coffey for 2nd place. Jason Allen, he's working on Aubrey Kundle, who just got passed up by Adam Brockway. Jason's now 8th. Miguel Colon is down in 14th. It's going to take a while to sort through this.
Yeah, and these drivers, you can see it down there all in a row. From 6th to 21st there's no one outside of a second gap. So all of these drivers right on top of each other this far into this race. So the excitement is not subsiding in any way, and I think it's just going to ramp up as we get further and further along. I think the pit stop cycle is just going to help out, keep everybody real tight together, and lead to some interesting action and some great racing.
By the way, we never got a lap 1 replay, but Austin Tidler was that driver who took a header into the inside barrier out of turn 1 and lost the entire front assembly as far as body panels go. That car has been fast repaired. He's back after it, but that is his one fast repair for the race. So if there's anything else like that that happens to him, he'll be out for the day, unfortunately. But back up towards whatever is happening from, as you mentioned, 6th through 21st. Just a long line of cars, a conveyor belt, exchanging of positions, exchanging of blows in some cases. One of those drivers just trying to exchange spots and move forward. Miguel Colon, who is 13th spot now overall, and some 5 or so positions behind Jason Allen.
Yeah, Miguel doing almost exactly what he needs to do. We saw him go off a little bit earlier in this race, but rebounded quite nicely, got back out there, and he's still got a really good shot to bring home the championship if he can keep the race going as it has so far for him. But he's behind a pack of cars that's still going and contains Jake Luther, Eric Leroy, Scott Kimbrough. All those guys are pretty quick, so Miguel's gonna have to either make something really exciting happen or kind of wait for these guys to make their moves and go up front and battle for top 5s.
The good part for him is he doesn't have to make anything exciting happen. He should try to pass a few more cars just as protection, but the more he tries, I'm worried about him getting involved in somebody else's mess or even unfortunately creating a mess. I don't mean that in a negative way, but we did see him get aggressive earlier and get into a couple of scraps. Jason Allen down in turn 5 comes to mind. He and Eric Leroy come to mind in turn 5 in the sprint race. So I think the more Miguel relaxes, the better off he'll be. Use that gap if you have to. That's what you have done for yourself, right? Anytime you have a point gap, it's difficult to tell drivers to be willing to use it. And maybe you don't want to until the last race, but in this last race, use it. Relax. Maintain your own race. Let other guys do their thing, and they crash, awesome. If not, you've got so many points coming into it that you can relax and still have that championship. It's always difficult to tell a race car driver to slow down, to relax, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a balancing act because some of these guys might not be able to turn it on right at the end. Like if you are really conservative right in the beginning of a race and you don't kind of build up toward the end and you need to have something happen at the end, I don't know if that's necessarily gonna turn out well. If you have to be really desperate at the end because you've relaxed all the way. So it's a balancing act, and I think these drivers are experienced enough drivers to not let them affect their driving too much. But man, all that stuff you got to keep in mind while you're racing leads to mental fatigue, and a race that's 2 hours long, that can come back to bite you in a hurry.
How about the other fact? You see where the sun is in the sky? I don't know the time in sim. We don't actually have a graphic for it, but the temperature keeps dropping. The sun is dropping. You're in the sim. Can you tell us what time it is locally?
It is sneaking up on 4 p.m. in sim. So,
and what's the sim date?
Late October 28th. So I don't think it's going to quite get to full darkness, but the light is definitely going to go down as we get close to the end of this race. So that might be another thing these drivers have to keep in mind.
I can't open iRacing to check this. Let's see, you said 10:28, 3:23. Okay, so it's what time in sim?
It is almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we're going to be working right up to sunset, at least per Google, which, I mean, trust it as you please, but per Google, sunset in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, 10:28, about 5:48 p.m. We're not going to be full dark, but we are definitely racing into the sunset here at Road America, which I can't think of many times that I've seen that done, as you're seeing a side-by-side with Jeff Fleischman and Jake Luther. Luther taking that spot away, or relegating Fleischman to 10th overall. But just another added challenge, just like the invert. Oh, hello, that was some contact, Leroy and Kimbrough.
Yeah, these two drivers going side by side. Leroy looks like just didn't quite have a run, but
that's not going to do it.
Oh,
and that's Miguel Colon nearly head on into it.
Yeah, those drivers did a great job. Eric, I think just got in there too hot, trying to come back on Scott and just overcooked it. Those drivers took evasive action, and I don't think any of them took major damage, but oof, they might be looking for a change of pants next trip through the pit road.
That looked like some extreme frustration to me, as now we'll be side by side, maybe to turn one with a couple of drivers. Here's Miguel Colon and Scott Kimbrough, and this is inadvertently really going to help Miguel so long as he can get by Scott without too much issue. Going to wait on a good time to get a replay, but that is definitely deserving of one. Colon out the inside of Kimbrough for turn 3, and Kimbrough is not going to give it up. I mean, Scott's a race winner this season, won at Detroit. These guys are getting scrappy, though.
Yeah, Scott is not going to just hand it to Miguel there, so Miguel's going to have to figure out a way to get by him.
Here it is.
He's going to look at the inside again into turn 5. A lot more overlap, and that's going to allow him to go through. I think Scott's just going to have to let that go tuck into the tire tracks of Miguel. So Miguel up to P11 now, and on his charge up through the field to try to run down Jason Allen and not let him score any more points on him.
Jason Allen's working on Aubrey Kundle still, has not been able to get by that Mercedes, and now the draft ahead will have been broken because it's more than a second gap from Kundle up to Brockway. Let's go back now that we have an opportunity maybe to, and of course every time we try to, something else happens, but let's try to get back to that replay with Eric Leroy, and it just happened there. So let's go one more step back and watch this into Canada corner, and you got to watch all this develop too. Fleischman gets checked up. That's going to open the door for Scott Kimbrough. And Kimbrough is coming in here. He wants to get the spot. Contact there.
Leroy had to back out, and that's going to allow Scott to get beside him. They're still side by side. Eric charges into that corner, and looks like he just got in a little too hot and maybe got into the car in front there a little bit, and that just broke traction just enough to spin him around.
I don't think he was happy with the contact from Scott, and he does dive up the inside, and Fleischman backed the corner up, and there was 2 bits of contact. We'll see it here again in a moment. Eric gets into the back end of his soon-to-be teammate over at Bradness, just gets into Jeff Fleischman, and Scott Kimbrough gets into the rear of Leroy's machine. This is down here right in front of the camera. That's a great show of it, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think that might have been due to Fleischman going a little bit slower through that corner than Leroy was anticipating, and kind of caused that contact, because you see him, let me get a good view of it here, he's going to charge in there, and it just kind of checks everybody up real quick. And these guys are good, but man, they don't have the reaction time of a fighter pilot that would be able to prevent that. So
one more view.
Yeah,
Still want to see if there's contact here between the 17 and 44. I think there was. I think there was just a touch of contact, and any time a driver sees that pop-up 0x car contact, they're just going to get a little bit hot under the hood. And how about Miguel Colon just checking up to miss that?
Yeah, the rest of the field behind them too, kind of accordion there, and I think Bobby Flack in that Audi, he did a really good job to stay off the car in front. So you see more action into Canada corner. That's turned out to be the hot spot of the race, it seems like, so far.
Turn 5 and turn 12. the infamous Road America Turn 5, and of course Canada Corner is always fun. This, though, for 7th. Jason Allen's been working on Aubrey for a long time, and Aubrey Kundle was, for a long time, a very, very fun driver to watch. And not that he isn't a fun driver to watch now, but he was dominating the AM race a couple of seasons ago, a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. It's been a while. Dominating down there, worked his way up the ranks through Pro-Am and into Pro, and has been Division 1 all season long this season. It's been an off season, very much, for Aubrey. It has been a struggle every step of the way, but this opportunity to be inverted to the front of the field and just try to hang on, how impressive is it that he's holding off a championship competitor for this long? And I think he's done a great job up here, just like his teammate Will Coffey, who is still running second, by the way.
I think it just goes to show how impressive and how competitive and how close these drivers are. I mean, if you get one lap in qualifying you get 3 laps in qualifying, but one lap that counts and someone's a little bit faster, it just kind of snowballs. But if you're able to start in front of them, like with an invert here, it just shows that you can kind of keep it up when you need to.
I think it's human nature to inherently root for the underdog, and right now the underdog is Jason Allen. So I find myself wincing a little bit for on his behalf every time Miguel passes a car. But Miguel Colon, I mean, continues to drive through this field more and more. Multiple times he's driven by, I think, most of these cars that he's had to pass. I think he's had to pass these guys at least 2, 3, maybe even 4 times with everything that's gone on. And he just continues to do it perfectly. Got by Jeff Fleischman there. He's at a 10th overall now, only 3 spots back of Jason Allen. Just doing everything he needs to do.
Yeah, and we know he's had the speed. He's shown it all season. Just some incidents, some fuel strategy caught him out. At Watkins Glen kind of cost him a couple points there. But he's been up at the front pretty much every race. It's just a matter of putting it all together and getting a win. And he was able to do that once this season already. So he, he's got the speed. It's just a matter of putting it all together and coming out victorious.
Taking a look here at Brockway on Turcotte. This is position 5. Brockway not able to move up. And problems, Rob Guadagnoli actually into the pit lane. And taking service, this looks to potentially be planned. No, that's a doe. That is not by plan.
I believe he had to tow back there, so we'll take a look and see what happens with Robert here into turn 1.
And that's Bergstrom behind him. He was about to go a lap down.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything so far. Maybe into turn 3 here. Yep, he's going to slide. Still sliding. Didn't hit anything.
He's just going to end up deciding to stay here in a second.
Yeah, no contact or anything, but he's going to pull over to the side of the road and hop back to the pit lane. I think he's going to call. He was already struggling a little bit, and unfortunate when it just kind of keeps adding on, and it's not your day. Sometimes it's just not your day. So we'll get back to some action up here. That looks like that's the battle for seconds. Will Coffey, Lucas Souza, Scott Raster, all right in a row through Canada Corner, now through turn 13. Big Bill Mitchell bend, and they're gonna head out onto the front stretch.
Worth mentioning, Jason Allen has passed Aubrey Kundle.
Yeah, so he's going to start working his way up toward the front a little bit more. We got a trio of cars, and really 4 cars that have made up 11 or more spots from the start of this one. That's 4th through 7th. So those drivers that hit the invert and had to start way in the back, they're starting to make their way toward the front, and they're going to see if they can have anything to start reeling in Alec Bergstrom, who's just continued to pull away all race. He's built up a almost 17 and a half second lead now. So he's done what he needs to do, and these drivers now are going to have to start running him down a little more aggressively.
Scott Reister, the look to the inside, and I definitely think Moradnis is coming here at the back end of the season. Finally got an overall race win at Barber, round 5. It's going to be real tough to do anything to Alec Bergstrom to take this one away. This will be the last 3 opportunities to win overall that they just come in and pop off, and they'll be the only team to leave this season with multiple wins if things hold on like this. At least overall in Division 1. Division 2, kind of their own story with a couple of wins from Dan Willis, but very, very impressive stuff today especially, but Barber as well. Moradnis very suddenly showing up at the end. They were quiet, just kind of doing their job for a long time, and flexing some muscle here today as well. And speaking of, here's one of their drivers, Adam Brockway, who has won the last 2 races overall. Working on Dominic Turcotte for Canada Corner. That's a move.
Yep, he's going to look to the inside, and he's going to be able to clear him, taking a little bit of dirt there on the inside, just in the inside of that curve, but that's going to allow him to get through and break up into the top 5 now with his sights set directly on the back of Scott Reister. He's going to try to join that 3-car battle for second now, as he's able to get by Dominic Turcotte in that last lap.
10 minutes to go in the first half of this endurance race, and pit stops, I do wonder if they're going to try and work it out in halves by time, or if they want to try and try and run a bit long and get a little bit off sequence from what I'd imagine most of the field will probably end up doing, which is probably pitting just after a half hour of this race being complete. And here's a 3 wide maybe. Rayleigh thought about it while Miller squares up on Speaker and nearly has a bit of contact there in turn number 3. Ilya Speaker cannot afford to let any more cars by. Dan Willis is 20th. Already Dan has the points advantage as they run, but Ilya is doing everything he can.
Yeah, he's going to want to fight off these drivers, but I don't think it's going to happen for him as he lets both of those guys through. That was Andy Ray Miller and Thomas Rayleigh, so they pick up a couple spots each, or a spot each on Ilya, and he's going to drop down to 15th.
And this line gets bigger and bigger. Adam Brockway has caught right up to Lucas Souza. Scott Reister has gone by the way, and into 3rd position. So Scott working on another top 3 here today. And Jason Allen has caught right on up. He's left Aubrey Gundel and caught up to Dominic Turcotte, who is still hanging on to the draft of Adam Brockway. Jason's in a pretty decent spot. I know Miguel is not far back, and Miguel would have to drop from where he is, but Jason's still doing a great job of at least controlling what he can and trying to put himself in the best position possible.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. He's going to have to do whatever he can to maximize his finish, and you don't really hope for Miguel to have a major incident, but that's kind of where he's at. He's gonna need something to happen to Miguel if he wants a chance to win this championship. But in order to do that, you're gonna have to be up there and ready to capitalize. So he's done a good job rebounding so far.
Lucas Souza first to the pit lane. And Lucas will come in for a full set of service. I'd imagine this will include tires. If I was in this race, this is right when I would take tires. I would try to do only 1 set, although you could also break it up over a couple of stops and do 2 tires. But I think I would make 1 4-tire stop. I wouldn't want to go out there with a mixed match of wear, at least not at a track like this. Having cold tires on one side of the car and not the other, and very much put you in a jeopardizing position in the kink alone. So I think I would bite the time disadvantage and just take the tires.
Yeah, and he drops off the jacks and goes right away. So I don't think he took your advice, because we've seen it pretty much all season where these drivers are able to take 2 tires in the same time to get to fill all the way back up with fuel. So I think he just took 2 tires there, and maybe he's leapfrogging, and he's going to be able to take 2 tires on every stop and not lose any time. But as you mentioned, that can be risky if you got a mix of cold and warm tires, and it's going to be different every pit stop cycle if you do it like that, because you're going to change fronts on one stop, you're going to change rears on the next one, and then maybe take fronts again at the end, and that's going to upset the car and might catch you out if you're not ready for it. So that's something these drivers are going to have to weigh out in their minds and with their strategies.
A lot happening around the track, but that was Adam Brockway briefly getting by Will Coffey for position. And so Will drops down to the 4th spot as they run. I do want to take index once again of the weather conditions. 81 degrees on track. It's been about the same for the entirety of this endurance race to this point, 54 minutes or so. Also want to take a look at what's coming up here at Pit Stop TV as these guys continue to run and just put laps in, and we approach this pit cycle. Up next for us on Tuesday evening, February the 6th, we head out to North Wilkesboro Speedway for Lucky Motorsports Solutions Elevated Street Stocks at the one, the only North Wilkesboro Speedway. The 1987 copy of the track should be a lot of fun with those street stocks. Really good car, really good track. Just going to be a lot of fun to watch those guys slide around, beat and bang, and try to contend with that old worn-out surface. Then Wednesday, we head out to a brand new surface, Atlanta Motor Speedway, with the NASCAR Craftsman Series trucks, Craftsman Truck Series trucks, but for the Sim Auto Racing Group Super Speedway Series SARG, brought to you by Sunwest Construction, a restrictor plate racing style league. They head to Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta for this one trip. Otherwise, they'll be right back to Talladega the next week after, and having some fun on Wednesday nights. And Thursday evening, it'll be our second installment with the Sarah Pierce-Fleet Service Super Series as we take to New Smyrna Speedway down to the virtual New Smyrna, Florida. And that'll be following their... It won't be broadcasted on Pit Stop TV, but that'll be following right up after their World Series of Asphalt event at New Smyrna, which they are running on Tuesday. So a whole lot of New Smyrna for those guys. Those super late models should be a whole lot of fun to watch in their 3rd race of the season. And of course, you can follow along with everything Pit Stop TV on social media, including this North American Racing League that is going to be coming to a very interesting conclusion this evening. We're working into the sunset here at Dan Hall, and I don't know who's going to win. I have no clue, aside from maybe Alec Bergstrom for the overall race win.
Yeah, I think Alec is definitely looking the best right now, but there's a lot of cars that are very quick, and there's still a lot of racing to go. So I wouldn't count out anybody yet, but Alec would definitely be leaning toward having the victory today. But as we see pit stop cycling through here again, you know, Dominic Turcotte and Jason Allen now in the pits. Jason's going to duck into his stall. We'll see. He goes up on jack stands, so he's definitely getting tires. We'll wonder if he's going to take 2 or 4 tires. We should be able to tell through this pit stop, but
I think he'd be down off the jacks already if it was 2. So I think this is a 4-tire stop for Jason Allen. He would usually be dropping away there, down off the jacks, still getting some fuel, it looks like. That's close. I think that may have been full service, but it may have also only been 2 tires. I suppose one of our questions earlier should have been if anybody has tested how long a full stop would take.
Yeah, that'd be a nice bit of information, and then we can see the pit stops. But it seems like everyone's, for the most part, been between 23 and 25 seconds in the box stationary. So I think everyone's pretty much doing the same thing so far. We'll see if any major strategy plays to try to get an advantage over your competitor. We'll see if anybody is able to do that.
A couple of cars leaving pit lane being Timothy Patterson and Austin Tiller. And they'll work back onto the racetrack. Other takers that lap, including Dominic Turcotte, Jason Allen, Andy Ray Miller, Joe Nagy, and Eric Leroy. Alec Bergstrom continues on, and he'll now be pitting very, very close to the exact 1 hour mark. We'll see what Brockway does.
Yeah, get a look at Brockway. We'll see if he makes the right turn off of the straightaway. Nope, he's going to stay out, but behind him, Reister and Coffey both going to duck into the pit lane in their Mercedes. So maybe a little bit different fuel numbers they can hit, but we'll see as Miguel Colon passes the pit lane following Jake Luther, Aubrey Condell.
Just about 1 hour elapsed, and pit cycle fully underway now for the second time in this endurance race, third time on the day. Scott Reister up on jacks. I'd expect everybody to take tires at least in some capacity under this stop, and they very well may be going for 2 tires each time. I don't know that you can get 4 done within 20 seconds or so. But hey, this is the opportunity for you guys out in the YouTube chat to start talking about it. Because, well, I ran GTP at Daytona, and I haven't run a GT3 car in a long time. I don't recall how long tires take, and I'm not sure if you can get them done within the half tank or so of fuel these drivers are taking. There's Jason Allen, gonna remerge, fighting with Will Coffey, and Scott Reister got real loose in turn 1. He just hung on to it.
Yeah, he definitely took some tires, because I think the cold tires played into that a little bit, and he was able to gather that back up, but he definitely lost a couple spots there when he got a little bit sideways. So he's he's taking tires, but again, we don't get to see quite which tires he gets to take. So we'll have to see how it all shakes out.
2 only per Giuliano Romagnolo, and if anybody knows, it would be Stu.
Okay, so that's some good insights there. We're looks like everyone's pretty much been on that same strategy then, so we'll see if anybody breaks from that and goes with 4 or sticks with 0 and doesn't go up anytime.
I didn't think you could get all 4 done, but I wouldn't want to be out on 2 tires alternating. It's just that's very interesting how this is going to work out for these guys. And, well, puts even more challenge on the backs of these drivers as we have a pit cycle for our leaders exactly at the hour mark. Bergstrom in for service on the jacks. Brockway on the jacks. Aubrey Kundal will come in. I'm sure he'll go up on the jacks along with Jake Luther and Miguel Colon. Miguel into his box. Let's time this one.
Yeah, you can see the timer going in the bottom right there. That's showing how long he's been stationary, so we'll get a good look here on how long it takes.
Jason Allen took 23.2 seconds.
Yeah, so we'll get to see here when Miguel goes down, about 20 seconds for that. So getting more fuel, that's going to be 23.6. So I think it looks like tires takes about 20 seconds, so we see a lot longer of a pit stop. That might signify that they're taking 4, but so far seems like everyone, at least up at the front's been 20 seconds and 23, 24 seconds and down and away.
Jason Allen right back behind Dominic Turcotte, but he is 5th place. Miguel Colon 9th. There just aren't the margins that Jason needs. I think the writing is on the wall. Certainly it's not over, as there's a side-by-side with Bobby Flack and Andy Miller. And Andy will cross Bobby back up. But, in those Wednesday broadcasts, as Wilfred coasts to his box again, he is not having fun with that last pit stall. He was leading in Division 2 for a long time, gave it up through the previous stop, and has given up even more time. But on Wednesday evenings, we now have the SARG Super Speedway Series, and for a long time, in those races, you've just got to wait and see what's going to happen. They're relatively short restrictor plate races on NASCAR super speedways, but at the same time, you could run one of those races in 3 laps. You don't need necessarily to run 80 or 100 laps on those tracks. You could do it in 3. You could even do it in 2. I mean, they do it for green, white, checkered restarts. And that would technically be a race where you'd see all kinds of excitement still. That said, they are running through tire and fuel cycles just like these guys are here today. They're running, let's see, last race at Talladega was 75 laps. Before that at Daytona was 80 laps. That's a long time. They have fuel limits as well. They get about 3-4 stops in per race, depending on extra extensions in overtime, green, white, checkered finishes. For a long, long time, even in those short runs, All they're doing is logging laps. Even me as a broadcaster, it's, well, sit back, hurry up and wait. There's not a whole lot you can do. There's only so much we can keep saying without realizing they've just got to run the race. They've just got to get through it. Right now, we can talk all we want about the fact that Jason Allen's only 4 spots up on Miguel Colon, and it looks like Miguel has the championship. We don't know. Miguel could lose power. I'll knock on wood for him. He could lose power. He could absolutely bin it into turn 1 or something. I mean, any number of things can happen. The same thing is going to happen to Jason. This is just a moment, especially in endurance racing, where you have to hurry up and wait.
Tempting fate there, bud. We've already had some announcers' curses this season. And
yeah.
That was it's a spicy one, so we'll have to see. Hopefully these drivers can get through there with no major issues like that and have it all decided on the track. That would be that'd be ideal. So, but
well,
yeah.
You know what? I can take away from. Well, I'll let you say your piece.
You make a good point.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's logging laps, but that's still you gotta get through there, and especially in this road racing, you have to hit your marks. You have to not make any major mistakes. You can't get caught napping. You can't let a wheel dip onto the grass at any point, or it could all come to an end. So it is just logging laps sometimes, but that's still plenty of ways to make a mistake yourself and wind up in the pit lane on a tow hook and out of contention.
And I figured I'd let you say your piece there specifically because I'm about to talk about your emergency Pop-Tart. We had that break between races. We stepped away for about 5, almost 10 minutes, even here for the broadcast, and it appears, at least it seems to me, that the emergency strawberry Pop-Tart is no more.
I got one going. I broke it out, but it did get elevated from emergency to active. So I still got one. I might have to use it up in the last 55 minutes of this race, but we'll see. We're still going pretty strong, so it's always good to have a little snack on hand if you get hungry in the middle of one of the endurance races, whether you're on track or in the broadcast booth.
These drivers on track going for 2 hours like this, I mean, you do longer often in, proper endurance racing like the Daytona 24, Sebring 12, even the Bathurst 12 coming up, or any of those races. You do longer often, 3-4 hour stints sometimes, and it feels like nothing in those races, but this 2 hour race for these guys feels so significant. To especially throw in the 50-minute sprint race earlier, then you have about a total of maybe 30 minutes, realistically, to step away from the sim rig and stretch and get ready to do it again. 2 hours is a long time. Call it really 3 with mandatory driving between qualifying, the 2 hours, 15 minutes of racing. It isn't a ton in one stretch, but it's going to be wearing on these guys, especially if they primarily do the shorter races like we see on Thursday evenings usually for these guys when they run 50 minutes. It's just, it's an endurance race for them for sure. It's properly an endurance race for them.
Yeah, and for those endurance races, you're prepping for weeks and weeks, and we had a little bit longer of a turnaround going from a Thursday, taking a Thursday off and going all the way to a Saturday, but that's still a lot of time. And if you don't treat it exactly like your endurance races, you might find yourself running out of steam coming to the end of this one. I mean, it's easier to go an extra 5-10 minutes maybe, but once you start breaking through all of that, you can really find yourself getting caught out. But as we see a move for Miguel Colon into turn 1, he's going to get by Will Coffey, and that's going to jump him up into 7th place, 1 spot closer to Jason Allen. So he's still as locked in as ever, and he's still making moves. So I don't think Miguel's gonna succumb to that. Oh, 3 wide.
3 wide with Eric Leroy somehow at the back end of the D1 field. And I just noticed, not only have we perfectly separated divisions 1 and 2, Dan Willis through that pit cycle is up into position number 1 in class. And Ilya Speaker, I'm not sure what has held him up. He had some trouble somewhere or in the pit lane, but he has lost every bit of advantage he had. And again, I'll knock on wood for Dan, but as so long as his connection holds up, he is very much in this championship.
Yeah, he's definitely not used up his luck, but he's definitely been able to capitalize and be solid while other people have just kind of fallen back through the field to him. And we talked to someone in the break and asked him what their plan was, if it was going to be go out and get it or let it come to them, and let it come to them seemed to be pretty popular. So we see a little bit of aggressive move there. That was Jeff Fleischman on Sean Patterson for P23.
Well, and that's why 58 seconds in the box. That's either a speeding penalty or maybe an incident penalty that had to be served during the pit stop. That's 40 seconds for a hole, and then a little bit extra for Jeff Fleischman. Might have gone for 4 tires while he was in there. He was leading in Division 2, and clearly that is no longer the case.
Yeah, so he's not been able to maintain his position up there quite as well as some of the other Division 1 drivers, but still a decent day. If you can maybe get a couple more spots here, claw those back, and might be looking at a podium in Division. So you got to capitalize when you can, and that invert gave it to him to start with, and now he's gonna have to start clawing its way back up if he wants to really see the benefits.
By the way, we've been racing for a long time, 3 hours live on the broadcast, and it somehow slipped my mind to thank the partners that are so important here for us this season. Infinite Racing Services, Victorum, and Screw Compressor Service Incorporated, all doing so much week in, week out, and through the entirety of these seasons. And there's even some big-time giveaways happening in the North American Racing League with this season in particular. Looking through, there's even a bunch from Radness. They weren't listed initially when this graphic was made. I'm not sure why, but shout out to Radness as well. I'm not sure why they weren't in the listing that was handed to me, but there are some big-time giveaways. There's giveaways for, let's see, 2 $90 Gomez Sim Industries gift cards. That's significant. 2 $90 Moradness merchandise, either gift cards or equivalent. And then 12 $20 Infinite Racing Services credits, basically gift cards for setups. And that's a ton. That is properly a ton. That's 180, 360, 240, $600 in value that's going out to these drivers, and that's just giveaways. That's not even getting into the payouts. There is a ton going on, and it would not be possible without, of course, Scott Reister and everybody who makes this series possible. Infinite Racing Services, Victorum, the scoring partner of the North American Racing League, Screw Compressor Service Incorporated, Moradness, and so many more.
Yeah, it's great to see so much support from the brands and the community, and it allows us to put on some great racing like this and see all of it. And it's really cool to have that support and see what it means to the community and to iRacing and racers in general.
Continuing to watch the fight with 4th, 5th, and 6th. That is Dominic Turcotte, Jason Allen, and Scott Reister. I'd even throw Miguel Colon and Jake Luther into the bag. Which, by the way, those three cannot get away from each other. Even, through everything in race 1, the sprint race, with the contact from Jake to Jason, they still found each other all again at one point in that race before Jason had his penalty stop. And here again, in the endurance race, they're all together, separated only by Scott Reister right now, in the 6th spot. So these three, I think, definitely are the deserving 3 at the top of this Division 1 class for the championship. But it's even though the circumstances are holding Jason and Jake out of the fight by points right now, Miguel has that many points for himself. It's still cool to see these three run together like this at the top of the field.
Yeah, and that's how it always shakes out, isn't it? Where you get drivers that have battling all season, drivers that have maybe had incidents with each other. They find themselves out on the track all the time. These drivers, for the most part, have been very clean, courteous, and put on a great show and here and all season. So it's great to see. And yeah, I think any of these drivers would be deserving of bringing home the championship title, even though it looks like Miguel's going to have the inside track to that. And if he can hold on, he's going to probably bring it home. So, but yeah, it's been great to watch all these drivers battle all season and see what it's come down to in this last race.
Pit stop here for Andy Miller, and I think this is going to be a drive-through penalty. I can't imagine this would be a pit stop for fuel or tires. The pit strategy is pretty cleanly drawn up. The three car taking a trip down the pit lane. While this happens, how about Scott Reister and Miguel Colon side by side? This down to turn 5. Scott fights back. Jake Luther now on the inside. This is far from over, even for Miguel Colon. He's got to keep fighting, and he's getting aggressive. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to give up any spots, and he's a race car driver. They don't always think with their heads all the time. So they sometimes get in there a little aggressive when they don't need to be. But it's exciting for us up here in the booth, and leads to some action all over the place.
.45 minutes to go. Road America, of course, a little over 4 miles. We were expecting 58 laps in this race. That's a lot of racing. NASCAR races here were, what, 50-some laps? I don't think we ever went to 60 when the Cup Series came here. The Xfinity Series is somewhere around 40, I believe, when they did still race here. This is a long race, especially to run continuously like this. No caution breaks, no full course yellows. I think it's starting to set in.
Yeah, it's been a long day for these drivers out here, and they still have a long way to go. So we're just 5 minutes shy of what we normally run, and that's still what's left in this race. So yeah, these drivers have been fighting all day, and that's where the mental stamina comes out. And it's not as physically taxing, but there is a little bit of that. So you gotta keep up and make sure you don't let anything slip and let anything go by and ruin your race. So yeah, these drivers are going to start feeling the mental load, and I think whoever can handle that best is going to be set up pretty well for finishing well in this race.
Can confirm the NASCAR race lengths here. 62 laps for the Cup Series, the last 2 times they visited Road America. 45 laps for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. And you know what? I can even go one further and check, now that we can say it, IndyCar race lengths at Road America. If I double check my notes over at the one and only IndyCar.com, I can tell you that when they go to Road America, it is for 55 laps. That's shorter than this race. That's crazy.
Yeah, so these drivers, they've done a whole IndyCar race, a whole NASCAR race, whatever you want to compare it to. And yeah, that's a long time and a lot of laps around this place. You can a lot of room for error, a lot of chances to make mistakes,
and this train of drivers specifically is staying nose to tail here. I mean, the odd errant move every once in a while from Miguel Colon, sure, but for the most part, they're staying nose to tail, no problems. This, again, you're seeing the cream rise to the top. This is the cream of the crop for the North American Racing League Division 1. I keep wanting to say Pro-Am, and Am. But Division 1 drivers, these are the best of the best. Missing maybe a few. It'd be good to see John Sedlak out here, but he's not here today. But for the most part, I mean, and hello, Scott Reister to the inside of Jason Allen. That's Scott taking it to a championship driver mid-race.
Yeah, Scott's going to come through there, and that's going to pick him up P5 now on track, and that puts Jason Allen right into the clutches of Miguel Colon. And Miguel knows exactly what he needs to do now. He can see the driver that is closest to him in the championship right in front of him, and he knows what that means. So he's gonna look to the inside. I don't think he's gonna back out of that move wisely. I think it would have been a long way back to make a move like that. But yeah, now these drivers nose to tail with each other, and overall that whole pack is really condensed. That's what, 7-8 cars now, right on top of each other. So this race is far from out of action.
Well, 40 minutes to go. Let's revisit Division 1, or Division 2 rather, briefly. Here's Dan Willis, right front fender damage and all, has not repaired it yet this race. Ilya Speaker just behind. The points gap coming into this endurance race, though, for these two, 12 points. And Dan Willis now taking the race lead back away. I mean, for a while, by points, Ilya had the championship, but as this race has gone on, of course, it has completely changed. And Dan is right back in control so long as his internet connection hangs on. And I, for his sake, certainly hope it does. At the same time, just for chaos and calamity's sake, I wouldn't mind a little more wrenches thrown in the plan. But for these drivers, of course, you don't want that. They have put together such a fantastic season of racing for us. 6 rounds in total. Every one of them, it feels like, better than the last. And this race certainly is proving to be right in that same category. As Lucas Souza comes in, I think this is too early. You're not making it from here.
I think this is still too far from the pit strategy, the pit cycle. But he's going to pull into his box. He's going to stop. We'll see what he does. I'm with you. I don't think it's enough to get him to the end there, but who knows? Maybe stop this early. I don't know if he had an issue earlier in the race that may be playing into this. But it's going to be a lot of fuel saving if he wants to make it to the end.
Meanwhile, Scott Reister going to go right by Dominic Turcotte. And this fight is not quite over. Turcotte bringing it back, and here comes Miguel Colon on Jason Allen. Miguel moves over, says, no, you're not passing. It's simply not going to work that way, and this is about to be one big precipice for all of these guys. Turcotte gives up that spot. Jason Allen going to go shallow here for turn 8. Miguel Colon goes way up, and he's going to make a mistake. Miguel, you just don't need to do this, buddy. Oh, my gosh.
I think he got onto the grass a little bit there, and that's going to set him wide. And luckily, he didn't collect Thomas Rayleigh right there coming around in that green and purple BMW. So
he nearly did.
Yeah, there was a lot of nearly that Miguel had in that, and including nearly ending his race and his championship bid. So he got lucky, I'd say, to keep it out of major harm's way. But
lucky is an understatement.
That is the kind of mistake that you don't need, and you don't really need to be pushing that hard when you have your main championship contender right in your sights.
Well, if anyone from SimPR is watching, let's dial Miguel back a little. I mean, this is, for his own sake, watching this happen. I mean, sure, if you're going to want to get a little opportunistic on Jason, that's fine. But you don't need to do this. You've got 14 points on the guy, let alone down in turn 8. That just, this whole sequence of events for Miguel, I can't wrap my head around. And I mean, he's put together such a fantastic season. He's been so fast. He just doesn't need to do this to himself. He makes a mistake all on his own under braking and nearly comes across into Thomas Rayleigh. Just for Miguel's own sake, he just doesn't need to be doing all of that. That's to use some slang I use in everyday talk. That is doing the most, and he just doesn't need to be. I'm rooting for Miguel for his own bit here. He's just got to dial it back a little. He's got 14 points. He doesn't need to do that and jeopardize everything. All those nearlies, he very nearly has a championship locked while also very nearly losing it all.
Yeah, I think he saw a moment there of maybe being able to take advantage of those cars checking up and battling in front of him, and it wasn't the level of aggression that moment called for, and I think he's gonna look at that and think he got away with one. So he's gonna have to dial it back up if he wants to run those guys down. But again, he doesn't really need to. He's fine where he's at points wise, and he could just ride here and bring it home. So yeah, I don't know. We've shown him a couple times where it's just like he doesn't turn it off quite as far, and it leads to incidents like that.
The only real concern he would have is if Jason Allen were to go win this race. Well, good news for Miguel. Alan Bergstrom is out front by 17 seconds. Then there's 11 seconds from second to third. There's no concern. Bergstrom is 30 seconds ahead of that fight. Moradness has shown up with these two drivers, and they are by far the best. I think that's just the easiest way to put it. Alec Bergstrom has led, I believe, all but 2 laps of this race. Actually, all but 1. It's lap 40, so there's been 39 complete, and he's led 38. With how many they led, I think they led every single race between the two of them in the sprint race. Or led every single lap, rather, in the sprint race. Insane. It really is insane. Moradness, props to you guys. You have this covered up.
Yeah, those two drivers have been the class of the field all day, and whether it was in the sprint race earlier or this 2-hour endurance race, it's been impressive that they've been able to find themselves leading pretty much every lap except for one, it looks like, and just being at the top when it comes down right to it. And I think that just goes to show the talent that these drivers have, and how well they can wheel a car around this 4-mile racetrack.
"34 minutes to go, and you know what? It's driver of the day time. Start talking about it. We've waited all this time. We've completed, I think, certainly over 2 hours of racing total. It's time to talk about driver of the day. Wouldn't even be a bad idea to talk about driver of the season, but the award as driver of the day is, here we go, pit stops. Dominic Turcotte will come on in. We'll wait until after the pit cycle for proper nominations, but let's start talking about it, Dan. Where do you sit on that topic?
I think Brockway's probably got it in my book. He had to come from 20th, and he's made it all the way up to P2 now, and after winning the first race, and I just think he's been the fastest and been able to do it, and shown me some impressive maneuvering coming up through the field, and able to get all the way up to where he has in this race.
Pretty valid argument there, and again, we'll save the proper nominations for after the pit cycle. As far as just conversation about it, I guess I think Dominic Turcotte has to be considered. I know Bergstrom and Brockway are making their absolute case. Brockway's barred off after winning it at Barber. Excuse me, but Bergstrom is absolutely in play. You can tell it's been 4 hours in here, like broadcasting, starting to wear on me here. So in pro, I think it has to come down to Bergstrom, maybe Dominic Turcotte, just because of how positively out of character, in the best of ways, today's run has been. As you see pit stops happening here on the front stretch, Austin Tiller and more. If you get down to division number 2, I think Ilya Speaker has to really deserve some credit. I think you even have to consider Avon Dorsey, who is back on track, by the way, has been for however long. He's a lap down. But Avon was fantastic in the sprint race, and of course took advantage of the opportunity he was given. I'd say the same thing for Ilya Speaker as we see pit stops for the rest of our leaders for the most part. Luther will stay out. Yeah, there's a lot of options. Those are some of my thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's pretty wide open. There's a lot of drivers that have deserved it. And I think a lot of drivers are still staking their claim for it. So, yeah, once the pit stop cycle out, it's going to be tough to decide. But man, anybody I think could have a case for it. So.
And driver of the day extends beyond just performance as far as the stat line. It has a lot more to do with how they've been doing coming into this race, the situational aspect. There's so much more than just where they start, where they finish, and how many laps they lead. And I think that's what has to be kind of gone back over a lot of times when we do this. Which is why, again, I really look at Dominic Turcotte as, whoa, that was Dominic Turcotte on Dean Kerr into turn one. That kind of moment there from Dominic, he has really come alive today, and I think he's slowly been doing so. When he first hit the scene in the North American Racing League, he was not like this at all. It's a good thing that he's like this. He has gotten so much better these last few seasons. It really is impressive in, again, the best of ways that Dominic is having this kind of career day for himself in this series, and it deserves some recognition, even if he doesn't end up winning Driver of the Day. I think I'm going to nominate him for sure. He's just really surprised me as this season goes on, as this race goes on. And he's going to finish likely top 5. It's impressive.
Yeah, he's definitely been impressive and had a great day so far, and he's looking like he's going to be able to capitalize on it and have a good finish out of it. So he's definitely one that's up there and earned some recognition today.
This guy too, I think. There's so many. You could say Jason Allen deserves it. Yeah, you can say Jason Allen deserves it. You can say Miguel Colon deserves it. The Maradnas guys, Dominic Turcotte. How do you pick?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll just see how it all shakes out after these pit cycles. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how who's gonna get the nominations. I think Division 1 is wide open. I think Division 2's even got quite a few options. So it's a great problem to have. So many drivers that are so deserving and have improved so much over the season, even over the race. I'd say it's going to be tough to pick, and we're going to come down to it. And I don't know who I'm going to pick yet. It's still thinking about it.
I said I would take Dominic, and man, really having to critically think, because I go back to the day that Miguel has had, even that Jason has had, and these guys are both looking at potentially putting themselves back into the top 10 or top 5, and all of that with the championship pressure. I might even rescind my Dominic Turcotte. I think Dominic Turcotte will be my honorary Driver of the Day nomination. I think you have to look deeper, again, than just the fact that you've got those two Maradnas cars out front. When you consider... And I know we've used this for even Dan Willis. I think we used it at Road Atlanta when he had his pedals failing. Race 1. I'm pretty sure we used it for him there. That the same reasoning that he came back through the field. He had that drive back through, and of course he won that day. I think the same consideration has to go to Jason Allen and Miguel Colon, especially when we see where they cycle out here in a minute. The days that they, or the day that each of them have had is, I would not want to have it. It's been up and down, been a roller coaster.
Yeah, I think some of that's been self-inflicted too, and that might be something you have to consider when you're thinking about who deserves the vote, and it has been an up and down day for a few of these drivers. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see how they shake out.
You raise a very fair point with the self-infliction, especially for Miguel. I mean, he's kind of put himself back a couple of times, despite how good he's been, and there he goes out of the pit lane, rolling away from his box. But that almost strengthens my argument to Jason Allen's credit, especially considering he put himself just one spot shy of the invert. He started 21st, and he's come back through. He is 7th, and it looks like the pit cycle for the leaders has fully cycled out. He is just behind Jake Luther, so he lost a spot in that pit cycle. But man, I am still so impressed. And see, Dan Willis gets out of the pit lane ahead of Ilya Speaker, so nothing's really going to change down in Division 2. But I suppose we have to just go ahead and get to it then. Do you have a nomination in mind for either division?
Let me check one thing real quick. All right. I think I'm going to go with a driver we haven't touched on in the last few minutes, but I think Scott Reister's up there too. He finished 2nd in the sprint race. He's up to 3rd. He's fallen off a little bit of Adam Brockway, but he is up there, and he's going to come away, if things hold as they are, with 2 podiums on the day. And that's going to, I believe, triple his amount of podiums for the season. He had 1 coming into this race after a really good run at Barber, and I think he really rounded into form in the last couple races, and today showed just how well it is. So I think I'm going to go ahead with him for Division 1, since he's looking at a couple podiums on a long, grueling day.
And for those Muradness stands out there, I do think we're about to pass on the 2 Muradness drivers leading, and I think there's something that has to be understood there. Far and away, stat line, they're the drivers of the day, but when you take in everything else from this season, which I get isn't necessarily the day, but the pressure on these drivers, driver of the day isn't just the stat line, it's who we're highlighting, who has been great, has been good, but also who might be overcoming something, who might be outlasting the pressure. And Bergstrom and Brockway, I don't know how you can say they aren't driver of the day by the stat line, by pure performance. They've been untouchable. It just comes down to the rest of that criteria in really the bragging rights award of driver of the day. I know some have talked about it in the past, but I think that's just worth talking about again. That said, I'm going to delay my Division 1 pick because I don't want to make it. And Daniel, I think... Hold on. I was just deciding, and I noticed that Austin Tiller is into 3rd in class after knocking the entire nose off of the car on lap 1 in turn 1. I just decided it's going to be Austin Tiller from Division 2 for me.
Yeah, he's definitely rebounded, and I think, I think that's a good pick. I think for my Division 2, I got to go with Avon Dorsey. He was able to finish 11th overall in the sprint race, and yeah, he had an incident here in this one, but he's still on the lead lap as they run right now, so he's not too far out of it, I'd say.
He does still have to pit.
Is that okay?
Not sure if that's going to affect it or not.
He was the highest finishing Division 2 driver of all today with P11, because I don't believe anybody is going to be able to come back and gain those spots in this by the end of this endurance race. So I think Avon, mostly for what he was able to just do in that sprint race and valiantly continuing to put in laps in this race even after it's been a little rough. It's good to recognize the drivers that don't give up and keep with it even if things don't quite go their way. So I'll go Avon for my nomination in Division 2.
Lucas Souza just went off the track in turn 1. That was a moment there with Jake Luther. Jason Allen looking on, and Miguel Colon has fallen back. He is, of course, after his moment in turn 8, he is down in 10th, which is 3 spots, however you want to look at it, behind Jason Allen. But he did just go purple that last lap, so worth keeping an eye on all of these drivers within Division 1. Good pick, by the way, for Avon Dorsey. Not a bad one at all. I think... I don't recall how his incident happened, actually. I was trying to recall how he got... Oh, it was with Thomas Rayleigh down in the carousel. And he kind of came off of the bottom of the racetrack ever so slightly, and Thomas was there, which put him so far behind the mark. But still, dominated... Well, they dominated because Dan had his connection issue. Still executed really, really nicely. He would have been with Dan, I think, not far back in that sprint race if not for Dan's connection issues. And was still doing well here in the endurance race. I'm delaying. I'm trying to stall. Taking from Division 1. They said it would be Dominic Turcotte. I'm having second thoughts. I mean, there's Bergstrom going purple. He said, sit down, Miguel, for a second. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. Scott Reister has given us the best championship race format to date today.
Yeah, this has been exciting. This has been great all day long, and great.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the emergency Pop-Tart going down.
Yeah, a little bit. Hey, it's been a long race. I thought you were gonna stall a little bit longer. I thought I had more time.
Oh man. Well, here goes Thomas Rayleigh. This is on Jason Allen. I think the wind's starting to exit the sails of car 71. But you know what? To Thomas's credit, he told us in his interview, long run, he was going to show up, and he is. Late in the race. Where's the weather conditions? Where's track temp? 80. Hasn't really changed. But to his credit, sure enough. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Dominic Turcotte. And you can tell we're kind of devolving into just trying to hang in there. Dominic Turcotte is my Division 1 driver of the day. Not necessarily because I want to give it, or I don't want to give it to anybody else, but I go back to my whole argument, my whole spiel earlier about how good he's been and how much of a turnaround he has been in his time in the league. And there it is, it's finally up. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to vote. Ilya Speaker would have been a great choice. It was difficult to pass up on the leaders of Division 2. It really was. But they have also been nominated several times this season, and I think that is probably weighing on both of our minds. They've been the talk of the town as... Well, I didn't realize Austin Tiller still had to pit. That's okay. He's still done a fantastic job.
Yeah, we're... It's been a long day up here in the booth, and honestly, I'm glad I wasn't in an airplane for how much stalling you did. But I am...
Oh.
I'm glad we're safely on the ground now, and we have landed the driver of the day vote on the ground, and we get back to see how this race ends up, because almost 3 hours of racing today is going to culminate this last 20 minutes, and I think we haven't seen much action recently, but I think now that pit stops have cycled out, I think we're going to ramp up, and I don't think we've seen the last of any big momentum shifting events we've seen so far. So I think we're going to get another one of those by the end of this race.
I think what we need to do, instead of the driver of the day vote, as it is with our 4 options, we need to petition YouTube to have more options. Because I hate that we have to cut it down to such slim pickings. I really do. Because I know there are allegiances out there as they lie, and I feel bad. I do, because we had to pass up. Right, and Scott Angelo is making a fantastic case for Bradness drivers. trying to spread the love a little bit. I hate having to pass anybody up because YouTube just gives us such slim pickings. We can only do 4 options. We either need to have 2 votes live so we can do 4 Division 1 and 4 Division 2, or we need to just have the ability for more options.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the budget for the F1 app kind of all field driver of the day options.
No, we don't. Well, you know what we could do is maybe a Google form. Maybe that's what we'll do in the future, is a Google form.
Just have everybody listed out. Yeah, that could work.
Well, Division 2 has been heating up. Along with, and you know what? I say it's been heating up. There are 2 battles that I've had my eye on for several minutes. They aren't necessarily battles because they've been a couple of pockets of drivers that have just been sticking together. John Kroom, Bobby Flack. These 2 at the back end of D1. And then the D2 leaders, Dan Willis and Ilya Speaker, have been glued to one another for laps on laps. And with 16 minutes to go, the sun poking out from behind some clouds, we're shedding some light on what could be a very fun battle for the last race win, if not for the championship. Ilya Speaker's got a chance to go for a win that he has not gotten yet this season.
Yeah, Ilya's going to look to get that last win, or get the first win in the last chance for it. So I wouldn't expect him to just kind of sit back and ride behind Dan all the way to the end of this race. So he's going to look to make a move and might have a run here coming out of turn 3. Dan's not careful. Ilya's right there to pounce on any mistake he makes. So it's definitely going to be an exciting 15 minutes for these 2.
You know what we could have done? What we don't have the plans to do, but maybe we should have done. A team of the day vote.
That's interesting because there's definitely some you can definitely tell that the drivers that have worked with each other and trying to get practice in and I think some strategy calls, and I think that's something to look at for next season possibly if you keep up the way this series has been going.
The 2 Division 2 nominees are battling for, or were battling. They're close. Never mind. Avon Dorsey is pitted. They were close. Austin Diller and Avon Dorsey were close. They now switch at 6th and 7th. I did not think Austin still had the pit. Admittedly, when I made my choice for Austin, I thought he was back up into the top 3. Just surprised me so much, I guess. Whoa, hello, Avon Dorsey. Surprised me so much, I guess I looked past that. If I had that one back, nothing against Austin, because he's done a fantastic job of recovering, but I might go for the one Ilya Speaker or Jeff Fleischman. Interestingly, though, how about this gaggle on the racetrack? Thomas Rayleigh, Lucas Souza checking up right in front of Jason Allen and Miguel Colon, and you can tell these drivers are getting fatigued. Some drivers have fallen off, some are coming alive. Jason Allen's been falling off until this moment.
Yeah, but he's going to open the door, and there goes Miguel. He's going to get right by Jason. But he's staring at a battle too wide right in front of him as he takes a little bit defensive up into turn 6. But, wow, still side by side in front of him. He needs to... He wants this to settle down because he knows...
I wonder if Jason is working up to his incident limit.
That could be. That's one thing these drivers really have to keep in mind. 15 minutes we saw, or 15x, excuse me. They hit, a couple drivers hit that at the end of last race, and that race was less than half the distance that this one is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some drivers right up at the incident limit, as you mentioned. So, well, we don't know exactly where they stand, but we'll see if anybody has to take a last minute pit stop. We'll probably have to chalk it up to that and realize that maybe that wasn't quite the aggressive move they wanted to take at that moment.
12.5 minutes to go in this North American Racing League GT3 season. It has all come down to these handful of laps left. There's your race leader, Alec Bergstrom. Absolutely bombed at the end of the sprint race from the top 4 by penalty down to, I think, 17th. Started this endurance race in 4th position, took the race lead on lap number 2, has not looked back since. It's a 17, nearly 18-second race lead over his teammate, Adam Brockway. Adam Brockway won race number 1, and if he wasn't the driver of the day from a week ago at Barber, he would far and away. I think you would have to nominate him because he's gone from position 1 now to position 2 after having to drive through 18 other cars. I don't think you could make an argument against that no matter what else is at hand. 3rd place, Scott Reister in a Mercedes on his own now. He has cleared the rest of the fight by 3 seconds and change. That is Dominic Turcotte and a recovery drive for Jake Luther. This is impressive as well. It's hard, again, to pass up a guy like Jake Luther for the driver of the day nomination. There is just so much. There are so many storylines, so many drivers that have done such fantastic jobs. So if you're tuning in for the first time with 11 minutes to go, just know that this has been the most action-packed round of North American Racing League action ever. And we have a fight for the Division 2 race win on our hands because they have swapped positions. Ilya Speaker now back out ahead of Dan Willis.
Yeah, he was able to get by Dan, and
it happened on this lap.
Yeah, it just happened. So these drivers, we're going to get a look at this, exactly what move Ilya was able to put on him. He's to the inside in turn 1, and I think Dan just knows that he's got it. He's got the championship wrapped up if he can just keep it clean. So I think that might be a little bit of that, not wanting to push the issue, not wanting to make a mistake, not wanting to give up anything extra, because he knows he can win. He can stay leading the championship and bring it home and win it today with just some clean driving and a 2nd place. Will sometimes it's the first loser, sometimes it's just enough to do what you need to do.
And here's that pit stop we knew was coming for Lucas Souza. Out of the fight with everybody else in the top 10, it feels like. And he'll have to come in for fuel. The Aerokinetics driver budgeted fuel wrong at the start and has had to come in a bit before the end of this race. 10 minutes to go. Here is Jason Allen. Jason Allen, Aubrey Kundle, Scott Kimbrough, and Will Coffey. And I wonder if Allen is short on fuel as well. I mean, Eric Leroy now into the pit lane, and this is for service too. This is odd.
And I don't think any of these drivers are going to be running out at this point, except maybe Lucas Souza, because we saw him in very early, with 40 minutes to go. And I think most of these drivers seem to be they were on the right fuel strategy. So I wonder if they know the writing's on the wall and they just want to come in now so they can maybe have something to fight with a little bit more. Just be really, really good on their fuel number and just push while some of the other guys might have to save, and maybe that'll help save them. But yeah, making a stop this late it's really gonna hurt their chances.
It's definitely odd in I think every meaning of the word. We knew Lucas would have to pit. I'm very surprised that Eric Leroy just had to pit and to give up everything he had been working on. I don't recall him having to pit that far off sequence, so something odd there. And I say that, and yet Jason Allen's performance this last stint is telling me he's either getting very fatigued behind the wheel or he's having to conserve fuel and just try to get to the end of this race. I don't understand why otherwise he would be sinking like this as everybody else is moving forward. I think something is up for driver 71. In all of this, I think we have a similar situation for Dan Willis. I think he has had to realize at some point he might be short on fuel. He is throttled back, he's saving, and just coasting along to a Division 2 championship.
Yeah, and Dan has quite a gap behind. I think he's got 6.5 seconds over the next car behind him. So he can afford to back way off and not give up too much chance. But You see Avon Dorsey peek there for a second, realize that this isn't the fight for me, and duck back in. But that's the battle for 8th with Aubrey Jason and Scott Kimbrough now running nose to tail down the long straightaway into turn 5. But yeah, Jason just keeps losing spots. He's going to lose another one right here to Scott. He must be saving. That's usually fatigue kind of shows up as making mistakes, and I don't know if I don't see him making a ton of mistakes. I see him just kind of taking it easy, backing off early, kind of letting it go. And you see Brent Cook in the pits. He's down and away from his service. 8 seconds of service just about. So I think he might be having to top off as well. I think some of these drivers didn't quite get their fuel numbers right, which is odd to see so many of them do that. If it was 1 or 2, it's one thing, but it seems like it's an epidemic around the field of miscalculating fuel numbers.
Hearing from Milan Harris that it's a 14-lap run, which makes sense, thereabouts. 14, 15. Probably, it's probably a 16-lap run, but if you didn't run full 14-lap stints, you're going to be short, which 14 and 14 and 14 and 14 is what, 56? We initially were slated for 58 laps. Of course, we've slowed down with pit stops, and there's another car to the pit lane. Who was that? Was that Thomas Rayleigh? It is. So Thomas Rayleigh's BMW comes back in. I think there was a lot of mismanagement of fuel that nobody expected. This is a 4th pit stop for these drivers. We expected 3. And we are working up to, let's see, 5 minutes to go is probably going to be 3 laps to go. We're still going to hit, I think, lap 57. Maybe stop at 54 now. Yeah, probably lap 57.
Yeah, four 14-lap stints is 56 laps, and it's showing projected 58, so it might have to do with where the leader's going to cross the line, and that could have played into it a little bit. Maybe these drivers thought they were going to have 1 lap shorter in this race, but turns out we're going to have an extra lap to go, so I think that's what we're seeing, and that might mean we have a lot more drivers making a last-ditch effort into the pits and have to top off. So
it might mean a lot more drama.
Yeah, just as we thought this race was kind of winding down to a somewhat simple conclusion, it's picked right back up with 4.5 minutes to go.
I think Miguel has enough insurance. I'm worried about 2 drivers in particular out front. Dominic Turcotte is one of them. I think he's just kind of running, knowing what's coming. As Alec Bergstrom comes across the line here, this is 3 laps to go because that's 4:24 across the stripe. That is absolutely 3 laps to go, and we'll be running through lap 57. So I'm worried about Dominic Turcotte, who has run 13 laps. This is actually his 14th lap, I think. That or he's going to begin lap 14. Regardless, he is at the limit. He's going to have to pit, I think, before the end of this race. I don't think he's been doing any fuel saving. Sure enough, here he comes.
Yeah, he's ducking in, and we saw him pit kind of early in that fuel stint, or in that last round of pit stops. So, not surprising that he's going to have to be one of them to do that. And I don't know exactly who was one of the first ones down pit road and who stretched that fuel window as long as they could, but I think we're seeing now that fuel window, if you started at the beginning of it and came down pit road early, it might catch you out here, and I think that's going to be unfortunate for some of these drivers.
We're going to see a lot change. I think Scott Reister's still going to have to pit. I think Jason Allen might. They are on the cusp. Depends on how much fuel saving they've each done. Reister's on lap 13 now, along with Jason Allen, along with Will Coffey. And we just saw Dominic Turcotte pit after lap 13 of his run. Those look like the last 3 that are going to be that short. Otherwise, I think they can all get to 14 and that be the last lap of the race. So I am concerned about cars 42, 71, and 57 at this point in time. Primarily for Scott Reister and Jason Allen. They are the highest up in the standings of those 3. Nothing against Will Coffey. He's kind of had an off season as well. But Scott's on podium, and Jason Allen's trying to stay in it just in case something happens here to Miguel Colon.
Yeah, these drivers are really going to have to stretch it now, and I think, yeah, they just didn't account for how many laps they were going to get. And the other thing to think about is, with a track this long, it's not like saving extra laps easy. You have to save a lot of fuel because it's a 4-mile track. Because if you were at a shorter track like a Long Beach or a Lime Rock Park's a great example of a really short lap, saving a lap there is pretty easy. Saving a lap here, it takes a lot of effort, and you can't just do that in the last 2-3 laps of a run. You need to do that the entire run to have a chance.
Scott Reister will continue on. He's trying to save fuel. That's 2 laps to go, though. Scott Kimbrough stays on the racetrack. Jason Allen's the next one to look for. Does he have to pit? He's going to stay out. That's why he's been backing off. He does not want to have to give up more points than he already has. Will Coffey, same deal. He stays out. These drivers became aware of their problem very quickly, and they have the resources to do that. Of course, many drivers run third-party overlays, whether it's Caps, Race Labs, Crew Chief is a very popular one. They have the tools at their disposal. I know we talk about drivers being limited all the time. They don't have full pit crews, engineers, analysts to determine when they need to pit, how they need to structure their strategy, but they have a lot of resources at their hands, even if it's just looking at another monitor, just to quickly read data and see if they're good or see if they need to run longer. It might be very simple data, but they have it for their, for this exact kind of scenario.
Yeah, they definitely have access to that data, but when you don't have a crew chief, it's you in the car while you're trying to race at 100%, not trying to go over the limit, trying to run right at that limit and do all these calculations. That's where it really can catch you out. I mean, these drivers know they can take a quick glance. They probably run these overlays for a while and have been really comfortable with them. But yeah, it's a different beast trying to run all the calculations off the top of your head during a live race event.
White flag is finally out on the North American Racing League GT3 season number 5. Alec Bergstrom takes us across the stripe, 17 seconds ahead of his teammate Adam Brockway. It looks like they're going to split wins if they can just hang on this last lap of racing. There officially is the final white flag of the season, brought to you by Whiplash Sim Cams. Around turn 14, Scott Reister looking to take a third podium finish. It looks like he's short on fuel. He's going to have to pit, and car 42 has to bite one right at the end. Jason Allen, will he be able to keep going? This is lap 14 for him, along with Will Coffey, who he's let by. Jason's trying to hang on for this last lap. Will is going to keep going. Jason is going to commit to the final lap around the track, while Miguel Colon powers away, not quite to a podium, but nearly. He is running 4th and trying to chase down Jake Luther.
Yeah, I think the benefit for Will
and hang
Coffey
on,
and Jason,
Dan Willis is on Ilya Speaker.
yeah, this battle is definitely not over.
There it goes.
Oh, Ilya's got a pit, so that is unfortunate. And but going back to Will Coffey and Jason Allen real quick, they have a good gap, 6 seconds to the next car behind. So if they really need to save, they could save a lot this lap. Well, it'll be close, but we'll have to see.
Thomas Rayleigh has to pit again. He just pitted. Didn't get enough fuel, apparently. There's Alec Bergstrom. That is Canada corner. 2 more corners to go as he works to get by Timothy Patterson. He'll do so. And driver 66 was so close a couple of times. Nearly had an into the championship fight. Ended up with a penalty at the end of the sprint race. Worked himself completely out of it and said, all right, hold my beer. And Alec Bergstrom wins at Road America by 19 seconds over his teammate in the North American Racing League season finale. There goes Dan Willis across the stripe, I believe. No, he's on the lead lap this time. That was not Dan. But Adam Brockway will come around the final corner. He is maybe low on fuel. No, he'll power by. And wait for your champion, Miguel Colon. Struggled those first 3 races of the season. Nearly won at Watkins Glen. Gave it up on the last couple of laps. Then he showed up at Daytona and showed us he was serious. Hung on the last few races, absolutely recovered today, and Miguel Colon is your NARL champion over Jason Allen, who was just trying to walk the car back to the pit lane, back to the start-finish line. And you know what, Dan? In spite of his efforts, he's going to lose second place in the title to Jake Luther.
Yeah, Luther had a really solid run, and Jason just couldn't save enough fuel without giving up spots.
And look at this guy.
Yeah, that's Dan Willis. He's coming up. He might. I don't know if that's Patterson. So yeah, Dan's gonna bring it home in 12th, and that's gonna be the Division II race win for Dan. So
more importantly, that's the championship for him solidified.
Absolutely, he was able to keep that points gap to Ilias Beaker, and even pulled a few points away after this race. So yeah, he's gonna be sitting pretty, and he's solidly locked up that Division II championship.
So Sim PR and Maradness will share the caps at the top. A shout out to Shut Up and Drive It for getting Jake Luther to the finish. That is somebody trying to make it to the stripe. Sean Patterson just trying to coast, and he will finally get there. What a day here at Road America. I keep wanting to say Road Atlanta for some reason, but Road America. Fantastic racetrack, and it showed once again why it is such a great racetrack. And I think there were a couple of drivers out of fuel at the very end, but everybody has come across the stripe. And this race isn't technically official, but it's official.
Yeah, I think we can put the results out there now, and I think we're good to do that. I don't know who else has not crossed the line yet, but yeah, that was a race. That was exciting, from the sprint race to the endurance race, and right there at the end on pit strategy and fuel numbers. And oh man, what a day! It's been very exciting and very entertaining all day.
And fly the flag for this guy, Miguel Colon. He will be your champion, just like Dan Willis in Division 2. So many drivers have been the NARL GT3 champion. In fact, he's now the 5th. But so many top-tier drivers across the league's history. It starts with Matthew Dench and Fabio Zamperlini seasons ago, and it's continued on to now put Miguel Colon in that seat. What a day for Miguel. He's going to burn it down to the front stretch. Well deserved. It was so close to being Jason Allen's championship a couple of times. It was so close to being taken away from Miguel. But forget the drop week. He absolutely performed as he needed to today. Threw a couple of mistakes, sure, but he kept himself where he needed to be. Absolutely drove his tail off. And I think the third best performance on the racetrack, minus the two guys who dominated this endurance race.
Yeah, he wasn't worried about fuel, though. As you can see, he is burning it down. He's doing his celebratory donuts, and those have to feel so good after all season being so close a couple times. He finally got a win, and today he just needed some solid runs, and wasn't without drama, but he was able to bring it home. And congrats to Miguel on a great championship season.
He's not done. He's still celebrating here on the front stretch. This is a NASCAR burnout at this point. He's trying to use everything he's got and park it here perfectly on the stripe. Such a deserved celebration for Miguel. And it's good to see him finally get it. He's been in the league now for a few years, just kind of growing and moving his way to now this championship role. It is so cool to see. Again, I love these stories of guys who have been here for years and have finally started to break through and get these kinds of mega results and take championships as well. I mean, Dominic Turcotte's one of those stories today. Miguel Colon, though, with the championship is a really feel-good one. Let's take a look through your unofficial race results for the final time this season, and this might be one of, if not the only time this season, that we see Page 1 have no purple numbers. Alec Bergstrom, Adam Brockway, Jake Luther, Miguel Colon, Aubrey Kundle, Scott Kimbrough, Will Coffey, Bobby Flack, Scott Reister, and Dominic Turcotte, your top 10 after all of that melee with pit stops at the end.
Yeah, and we'll flip over to page 2 with Jason Allen bringing home 11th after having to save a lot of fuel on that last lap. First driver in the purple you mentioned, Division 2 winner Dan Willis brings home 12th overall. That was quite the recovery after he was kind of mired back in the 20s for most of the early part of that race. Lucas Souza 13th after he had to make a late pit stop. Eric Leroy 14th. Ilya Speaker P2 in Division 2, 15th overall for him. John Kroom brings it home 16th. 17th goes to Thomas Rayleigh, another driver that had to make 2 pit stops in the last little bit. That was interesting. Dean Kerr 18th. Austin Tiller 19th. Keith Wilfred brings home P20.
21st through 30th looks like this. Brent Cook, Joe Nagy, he had a rough day, ended up finishing towards the rear. Avon Dorsey, after his crash with Thomas Rayleigh, ends up 23rd. Jeff Fleischman couldn't quite hang on to that early Division 2 lead. He goes 24th spot. Andy Miller there. Rough troubles for Andy. Had that... man, who did he have that incident with? I forget. It was the lap car. It was Sean Patterson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, down at turn 8, the incident with Sean Patterson. Andy relegated there to 25th spot. Wayne Grenon, 26th, quiet day for him. Sean Patterson ends up 27th. Timothy Patterson, 28th. Bob Guadagnoli, early exit after some incidents around the racetrack, 29th. And Philip Bedurka was here, but did not start the final race of the season. What a day. And you know what? This is usually where the vote would be finalized, Daniel. Want to know the results of the Driver of the Day vote?
Hit me with them.
Through 12 votes, it's a dead tie. Every single driver at 25% of the vote. It's a dead tie.
How fitting for a race where we couldn't even decide.
It's starting to change. Hang on. Dominic Turcotte just got a couple of extra votes. He's now 1 vote up. You know what? Since there was that dead tie at the exact end of the results, we're going to let this go through until the last interview. So, guys, you have an extra chance.
Yeah, get those votes in and sway it for your favorite driver and who you thought was the most deserving on a very long and arduous day and who deserves your driver of the day.
And as you were starting to say there before I cut you off, very fitting. Very fitting as we've gone past 4 hours of broadcasting. Well, let's go ahead and... we keep waiting for the other one to talk. Been 4 hours of broadcasting. It's all kind of unraveling, but let's talk with our drivers at the end of this long season. I say long, it's one of the shortest, but a long day for sure. Alec Bergstrom, Adam Brockway. Let's go ahead and bring them both in at the same time because they felt like one in the same. Alec Bergstrom, Adam Brockway from Moradness. You guys could fool me. You could tell me you're the same person. I would believe you. Minus the incidents for Alec in race 1, I would believe you. You guys absolutely drove away from the field, and I'll let Alec go before Adam, but what is your guys' secret? What is the sauce that puts you guys so far ahead of the field today?
Well, I'd say a lot of prep. Me, Adam, put in a lot of work this last week with a bunch of the guys. Got some sessions up, got a lot of track time, and done a lot of racing here at Road America as well. So we've got a lot of time on this track. I'd say that's what it kind of comes down to.
A whole lot of time at the track. It is one of the most popular on the service. Adam, you dominated race 1. You came back and drove through the field. 18 positions you climbed in race 2. How did you do that?
And it was really unexpected. I was looking just to place inside the top 10, but I did a lot of fuel saving, and then made the moves when they, when I could, and I was able to, pick a lot of positions when guys were trying to fuel save and just do the send. I was able to come out in second.
Well, Adam, congratulations. You ended up taking 2 wins here at the end. You're the only driver to have multiple wins this season. Alec, welcome to the club. And you guys collectively make Moradness the only team to have multiple wins this season overall and you get Madness 3 wins total between Barber last week and Road America here today. Congratulations, pat yourselves on the back, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you a whole lot more down the road on iRacing.com.
Hope so. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Alec Bergstrom and Adam Brockway. It's just incredible. They almost have me speechless, Daniel. Absolutely the best two on the racetrack today. Let's get to another driver or two out of Division 2, maybe. Spoke with Alec. Got Ilya, Jake. We got a few waiting on it. I'll tell you what, we just had his teammates. Daniel, how about you welcome in the Division 2 champion?
Yeah, we got Dan Willis here now, and we just got done talking to your teammates who took the race wins today, but it's got to feel good for you to take the Division 2 win and the Division 2 championship, at least by our calculations. So how's it feel to get that done and have a successful day?
The way I'll describe it is this. I've been sim racing since 2002, and this is my first individual championship. So, and I've held a pro oval license in the past. Like, that really pales in comparison to how I feel right now. So many people to thank. I have to start with, might sound stupid, but I have to thank my wife, because my wife puts up with me night after night after night. When I show the M Squad how many laps I'm putting in to prep, like, they all say I'm nuts. So it starts with, the home support. Both of my boys came in here running, saying, "Hey, congrats!" And the Madness M Squad, like, this win is for all of us. It's not just me. I happen to be the guy who did it, but it really it took the whole team helping me with racecraft, helping me with pace, night after night after night, spending time stopping what they were doing, jumping into servers, just running laps. Like, this whole season has been an incredible journey for me, and I really, really appreciate everyone. And yeah, I'm super excited. So yes.
Yeah, congrats. That's impressive. Finally breaking that championship bubble and doing that with here at the NARL, and yeah, just congrats. And it sounds like you had quite the support system around you, support all your teammates and family and everything. And they anybody help you get through the fuel numbers? I know that was the big thing today, with everyone kind of finishing and having to pit for the last time. Were you close on your fuel number?
I had about a half a lap left when I crossed the start finish line. So we did spend a lot of time earlier in the week trying to put together calculations where we thought we were going to end up. Did a bunch of stints between 5 or 6 of us, trying to figure out where our tires were, how long to pit stop. Like, could we take all 4 tires taking full fuel? Where was the line if we were short on fuel? So coming into the race, like, I had that strategy of how I wanted to run it. That got blown apart when I got discoed. Time Warner and I are going to have some words again. And the second race, I had 14 incidents 20 minutes in. So I ran the last hour 40 of that endurance race with 14 out of 15 incidents. So, like, I couldn't take any risk at all. So I was right on. Wow. So I was right on the edge, like totally on the edge of both, the race win and the championship win. Like, it was teeter-tottering by one incident, which, if anybody who's driven Road America knows how easy it is to get an off track when you're pushing.
Yeah, that is impressive to stay incident free for a majority of the end of that race. And wow, that's that is amazing. And I think definitely helped you win this championship. And congratulations again. And look forward to probably seeing you come back and do some more racing with the NARL.
Yeah, thank you very much. I gotta thank our sponsors, Ginger Liveries, ASR. My throttle broke, and Mark Anderson over at ASR, I called him, said, "Look, I'm broke." 3 days later, I had a new pedal. Just, our sponsors are awesome. Dan Morad, you got a great thing going here. Thanks for letting me be a part of it. And yes, I'm looking forward to next season, whichever division I end up in. So And thanks Pit Stop for all you do. Your broadcasts every season get better and better and better. So it's enjoyable to be a part of it and watch it.
Yeah, that's awesome, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again. And congrats on the championship. And I think I'm gonna have to throw it over to Andrew for our next interview. So it's a little talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the kind words, Dan. Dan Willis, his first individual driver championship. That's impressive for Dan, and I think a really nice moment for him, certainly. And well, let's go down the line and get another driver who is getting a driver championship today. That's Miguel Colon. When it's all said and done, Miguel, you certainly had to go through some trials and tribulations, but you are this season's North American Racing League GT3 champion. How does that in and of itself feel?
Man, I have to say it's a huge accomplishment for us. You know, I came to this league a couple years ago, starting the GT3 Porsche Cup, was struggling a lot to keep up with the fastest guy. And basically, this league kind of pushed me to get faster, pushed my limits. Like running with those guys that had a 7,000, 9,000 rating in the previous leagues, like it was pushing me to get better. I think this year we were able to capitalize, you know, even though that today I make a bunch of mistakes, but we were able to take, you know, small collateral damage of those mistakes, at least come up with the result that we needed to bring this championship finally after, you know, a couple of years trying. So it's a big accomplishment for us and the CPR community.
And this, of course, puts you top of the league. If you're able to come back next season, how do you approach a defense? Now, I know you're kind of in the moment here. You're celebrating. You just got this win, but already looking forward. What's your approach as a champion? How do you try to replicate this and try to keep anybody else from becoming the NARL champion?
Well, you know, this league has a bunch of people that are very fast. You know, I know, for example, Scott Kimbrough, he missed 2 races. He definitely would have been a contender, a strong fighter for this championship. You know, I would say I took advantage of some of those people missing those races this year. But there's many good people here and driving with good skill set that anybody could be a championship. So I'm probably, if I could join next season, you know, it will be again looking who's coming up, who's putting the effort and running hard, and maybe we may have new contenders joining the league. So that's the good thing about this league. Everybody is very competitive. So.
And final question of the season for you, Miguel. How do you sum up the fight between you, Jason, and Jake? How do you possibly try to summarize that?
Well, I had a friend from Puerto Rico. I called him Jambu, and he was helping me today. Normally, I don't have nobody helping me, so I'm like running by myself in the Discord. But I told him like, hey, I need you to be my crew chief. Jump in today. I need the inputs. I need you to let me know how far they are, what position they are, what is my gap between them. He really helped me today a lot, you know, to give me that info every time that somebody was having any issue on my gap to them. So I had to give it a lot of thanks for him for that help. That really helped me manage my race in that point, you know. It was very good.
Well, Miguel, congratulations once again. And I know today was a tough day for you, maybe an off day a little bit from the rest of your season, and how strongly you performed, but congratulations. I can't wait to see you do it again.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you, Andrew, and the whole Pit Stop TV for putting all this together. Scott Racer for putting this awesome league. You know, we have a lot of competitive people. Want to give a shout out to our community, Sim Racing PR from Puerto Rico, and my sponsor, Don't Say Your Matching Shop too. So thank you very much, guys.
Miguel Colon, the champion of the North American Racing League. That has a nice ring to it, and he'll be able to celebrate this one for a while. Let's quickly go through a couple of our runner-ups then in the championship. Dan, first up, here's Ilya Speaker.
Yeah, Ilya, we got you here. Bringing home P2 at the end of the day in your Division 2, and we noticed there was a lot of people with fuel issues at the end. How are you able to prevent that, and do you have some help maybe in the pit box in a voice chat or something to bring it home okay?
Actually, I was fuel saving in stint 2 and 3 was our plan. I actually underfueled a little bit in stint 3 calculation that I had. And then with Alec being so far ahead, I actually had it off by a half a lap. I actually had to pit at the end. I lost to Dan because of not enough fuel. So actually it cost me on the last lap. But overall, great race. I mean, Dan is well-deserved championship, though I wish I would have bought home today.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought championship, and I think you're just one spot short in the standings. So unfortunate, but next year, looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, the first two races, of course, caught us out. I mean, the RR team did a hell of a job. I want to thank guys like Milan, John, Joe, Keith and that group working hard, trying to move forward. I think the team championship, we're in the running with Moradness there, so we'll see where that ends up between Avon and I versus, Dan and Jeff, I think. So I think it's real close there. So see how that comes in. But overall, great season for RR, and look forward to the next one.
Thanks again, and look forward to seeing some more of you potentially next season.
All right. Thank you guys. Great job as always. Thanks.
I was Ilya Speaker P2 today in Division 2, and Andrew, I think you got one more left, maybe.
We do. We're saving, I think, one of the most interesting conversations for last on the season. And Jason, this is a rough day for you. First off, what was it like behind the wheel? What was it like under the helmet?
Yeah, Andrew's, I'm waiting around, take my medicine. It's racing. It happens. We're just kind of cruising around there that first stint, and thought we're in a good position, just rolling around. And then the worst thing that could happen happened. So it's all good. He made a mistake. He apologized for it. Then just kind of compounded from there. So it's all good.
And it seemed like it was one blow after another. First, it was the contact in Canada corner. Then it was, the incidents at the end of the race, which of course, had you not been 4X in Canada corner, you'd have less incidents. The whole race would have been different. Then there's the fact that you missed the invert by one spot. Then there's the whole battle getting going. You fell back at the start, trying to let guys do their own thing. It felt like it compounded all afternoon. How do you stay cool through all of that and still have a decent result?
No, you're dead right. It just kind of, the snowball got going, and that's kind of, what transpired. You called it there. I had too many X's. The first race there, the first start, I think 2 cars ran in the back of me, so I had 8 X's right away. And then the next, the big one, that kind of put me right to the limit. Then I knew I was right on the limit, so I hold myself responsible for that and just dropped a wheel and then compounded it, which made me fall all the way back to 21st, which made me start the second race back there in the back. And so at that point, you kind of know what it is. And Mr. Luthor made a mistake there, and he was my kryptonite today, like Lex Luthor and Superman.
Well, Jason, through all of it, you stayed cool. A cool head usually prevails today. Maybe just one of those off days, but I'm sure next season it'll be right back in your hands. Congratulations, and maybe with the snowball effect and trying to just stay cool under the helmet, maybe we can call you Frosty. Does that work, Frosty the Snowman?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I appreciate you guys and all the sponsors for kicking in and keeping the league going and all that. It's a lot of fun, and racing happens, so I don't hold a grudge. It is what it is. It happens, just as long as people can learn from it.
Jason Allen, position number 2 in the championship coming in, might drop to 3rd. Jason, thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys, and thanks for all my partners and all my teammates for helping me get around here. And I got 2 of my teammates running second in the IVRA, in the IMSA 6-hour right now, so I'm going to go watch them.
Well, best of luck to all of SimCity Racing. That's Jason Allen, and it occurred to me in that interview that he actually might not be second in the standings. He might not be the runner-up. It might be Jake Luthor. Jake, we're running a little bit long on time, but you might be second place. You might be runner-up from Shut Up and Drive It, and what a day it was. How do you sum it up?
Really not great in the first half, but the second race, everything kind of went to plan, I think, and went pretty well.
And of course, the mistake down in Canada corner, it's pretty significant in terms of the championship. We have to bring it up. What happened there?
Yeah, I had Miguel had a really great run on me, and he gave me like a little tab, nothing bad, almost like a bump trap. but it was right before the braking zone, so that made me look up from that contact to see what happened. And the second I looked up, I think is when we were hitting the braking zone. Then by the time I'm in the brakes, I'm like, why am I not slowing down for the turn? I thought I hit it at the 3, but it was, I think, the 2 board. So it was just a bad mistake for me, honestly. Just lost my focus for that half second that mattered, so.
Well, Jake, definitely appreciate the candor there, and hey, congratulations. 3rd place in this endurance race. That's a huge step. You have the 2 guys that ran away and absolutely dominated today, and you were the best of the rest, which is a big time statement. It was good to have you this season. Hopefully we'll see you in few seasons to come.
Yeah, thank you guys for broadcasting. You guys did a great job this season, so thank you guys.
Definitely appreciate it. And since he showed up, and he is, it looks like, going to be our driver of the day, quickly we'll grab Avon Dorsey as well, who, when it's all said and done, in a very convoluted looking driver of the day vote, Avon Dorsey, you are today's driver of the day to cap off the season. I know it was a rough one for you. You won Division 2 in race 1, but then what happened here in race 2?
Well, in race 2, it was dicey because it was all those Division 1 drivers around me, and they were quick. And I was trying my best to stay with them, but let them by as fast as I can, but stay in front of them if I could. So I battled a couple of them, but we got into the carousel, and I don't know if I didn't leave enough room or if I think it was Thomas Riley beside me didn't leave enough room, but we just kind of came together. And when you come together in here, it kind of locks you together a little bit and put us both off, so it's okay.
Well, Avon, it's good to talk to you. You are the last interview of this season. How about that? Really good to talk to you. Congratulations, driver of the day, and a season well done, even if there were some bumps in the road. Hopefully we're talking to you a whole bunch on the road as well.
Yeah, I hope you do. Thank you.
Good to have Avon Dorsey here, even if just for a short moment. It's good to talk to these drivers. I know we'd love to talk to so many more. We are running quite a bit late on time, but it's good to talk to everybody after a season well done and a season of really good racing. By the way, hats off once again to our partners, Infinite Racing Services, Victorium Screw Compressor Service Incorporated, and of course our partners here at the channel that we'll talk more about in a few. But Dan, how do you sum up this season of racing?
Oh, from start to finish, great racing all season, really exciting, and couldn't have thought of a better way to finish it off. That was a great way to end it. Road America, great track, produced some great racing today, sprint race, endurance race. It had it all, and excitement through and through, and so much fun, and I'm glad I could be a part of it and help bring it to the people.
It was a pleasure as always this season, and what a perfect sunset setting here in the sim. Scott Reister, tip of the cap to you, sir. The last race of the season didn't quite go the way it should have, maybe. Scott, as a driver, big time improvements as a league owner. This season was fantastic yet again, proving why we love this league so darn much. Let's take a look, though, at what's upcoming at Pit Stop TV. What is in the windshield as opposed to the rear view mirror? Tuesday, we talked about these already, so we'll keep it brief. Everybody's been here for a long time. Tuesday, we head out to North Wilkesboro with some street stocks, Lucky Motorsports Solutions, Elevated Performance along for the ride, 9:15 Eastern, tune in. Wednesday, we head out to Atlanta Motor Speedway for some Truck Series style plate racing at Atlanta with the SARG Super Speedway Series, brought to you by Sunwest Construction. And Thursday evening, February 8th, we head out to New Smyrna Speedway, for the Sarah Pierce Fleet Service Super Series. Of course, brought to you by Pierce Fleet Service. It's been a great time here today. Of course, follow along with our platforms all down below. One more chance here, Dan. How do you sum up this season in a few short words?
Great, exciting, and a ton of fun. That's all I got.
And Daniel, a surprise partner here for me in the booth. It was so good to have you along for the ride. Once again, Daniel Hall joining for all of this season. It has been a pleasure, my good friend, even with the emergency Pop-Tarts that became not so emergency Pop-Tarts anymore. May those Pop-Tarts forever rest in racing. That will do it for us. It's all said and done. What a day. What a day for sure. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching this season. It's been one of, if not the best season to date. Drivers, tip of the cap to all of you. Champions, tip of the cap to you guys, Miguel Colon and Dan Willis. We'll see you all next time. And a big shout out to our partners here at the channel, Whiplash SimCams, ATVO, CC's Business, and the groups at the bottom of your screen now that make these broadcasts possible. We'll see you all next time, hopefully Tuesday evening. Until then, my name is Andrew Cardinale IV, Dan Hall alongside. This is Pit Stop TV. We'll see you in the next one.
Eu sou o Juan Ott e você está assistindo North American Racing League na Pit Stop TV.
I'm Jay Robinson. You're watching the North American Racing League on Pit Stop TV.
I'm Mulan Hot and you're watching North American Racing League on Pit Stop TV.
For those who competed decades ago, speeding down highways, through towns, country roads. For those who sat watching on the sides of the street, who found solace in chaos and thunderous speed. Even for those who grew up without the sights and the sounds, and live without race cars shaking the ground. Who don't understand why racing appeals to our fascination, wonder, and the way that we feel. A purpose-built place to camp and spend time with friends, watching racing together until darkness descends. Though no longer do the streets rumble and roar, there's a place just for this, a park to explore.
A road racing circuit before the assault. The 4 twisting, beautiful miles at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. For 6 brutal, ear-shattering hours, its serenity will be violated by the raw power of screaming racing machines. It's the famed end-of-season endurance classic, the Road America 500. The specially constructed race circuit at Elkhart Lake at normal speed is a scenic 4-mile drive through fall-tinted Wisconsin countryside.
Hidden by forests near Elkhart Lake, not a path nor a trail, but a road meant to race. In a town too quiet, the refuge we seek. Road America, the racetrack, the national park of speed.
My name is Jay Robinson and I live in Frederick, Maryland. This is my second season in the North American Racing League, and I'm excited to drive the 321 car against the best in Division 2.
Hi, I'm Brent Cook, driver of the number 67 Epic Fails Motorsports Ferrari, and I'm from Hampton, Virginia.
Hey guys, my name is Luan Hot. I'm from Brazil, I'm 20 years old, and I'm racing for you Race BR W2 Repro GP.
Eric Leroy, driver of the number 44 Maxwell Sim Racing Team Ferrari 296 GT3.
I'm Thomas Rayleigh, Porsche Cup Season 2 Menace, Porsche Cup Season 3 Pro-Am Champion, and I'm an epic driver for Epic Fails Motorsports.